the Anderson County Commissioners Court to order on September 11th, 2023 at 9:32 a.m. Show that all members of the court are present and a quorum is present. First item on the agenda is invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. As we do the pledge and the invocation, I'd like to remember everybody that lost their lives in 9/11. We're going to do a recognition here in just a little bit. All of our citizens and everything that lost their lives, and our first responders that lost their lives today, 22 years ago. So, Commissioner Dixon's going to lead us in the invocation. If everybody please stand.
Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, I'd like to thank you for today. Lord, I ask you to be with us as we take care of county business today. Lord, just guide and direct us. Lord, I want to lift all those up who are protecting our freedom, Lord. Just watch over them, Lord. Bring them back home safely to their family. Lord, I lift up all the employees of Anderson County, Lord. Just lift all of them to you this morning. And Lord, I'd like to lift up all the families who this day means something to them, Lord, as far as how their family and their lives changed. And Lord, I know it changed all of our lives, and Lord, I know some it affected deeper. So Lord, I just lift them to you on this day of memory for them, and Lord, just watch over them. Lord, just give us the guidance we need. Thank you for all you do. It's in Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. Amen. You'll join us in the pledge to the U.S. flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let me grab something off my desk. Give me just a second. Do we have anybody signed up and open the form? Yes, please. Okay. All right, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is considered to be self-explanatory and will be enacted with one motion. There will not be a separate discussion of these items. However, any consent agenda item may be removed for individual consideration pursuant to a request by a Commissioners Court member. We have budget amendments. And it's budget amendments 101 through 104. And consider approving our bills. And do we have any utilities crossing county roads?
No, sir. I haven't. No, sir.
Nobody?
I didn't see none on the desk.
No, I don't think he did.
Okay, you didn't have any? Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Next item on the agenda is consider and take action to approve a proclamation recognizing September 11th, 2023 as National POW MIA Recognition Day and proclamation number P03 2023. And Brian Austin is here got here just in the nick of time, with our American Legion, and they've got a proclamation that they presented to the court. Let me read that. And then I think if we can move our chairs so we can get a picture with him, if that's okay. Once we, it says, proclamation, whereas the American Legion is committed to achieving a full accounting of all POW MIAs from the Gulf War, Vietnam War, Cold War, Korean War, and World War II. This means returning living POWs. The repatriate, well, you put a hard word in there for me this morning. The repatriation, I got it right, of their remains, or finding convincing evidence with neither of these is possible. The month of September is designated as a remembrance month for POW MIAs, and September the 15th, 2023 is National POW MIA Recognition Day. And whereas on September the 15th, 2023, in honor of National POW MIA Recognition Day, many Americans take the time to remember those who were prisoners of war and those who are missing in action, as well as their families. And whereas the members of the American Legion Howard Gardner Post 85 will host a short ceremony in remembrance of our nation's prisoners of war and missing in action of all wars. And whereas the missing man white table will be displayed at the American Legion Post 85 on Friday, September the 15th, 2023 from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 601 Army Road, Palestine, Texas, 75802. And the POW MIA flag will be flown at that address on that day of remembrance. Therefore, I, Kerry McKinney, County Judge of Anderson County, Texas, do hereby declare the month of September as Remembrance Month for POW MIAs, and September 15, 2023 is the National POW MIA Recognition Day on behalf of the Anderson County Commissioners Court. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the proclamation.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. If y'all want to come up and take a picture, Brian. And I think they have a presentation after we do this they wanted to make it for. Thank you.
Two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. We're good.
Good, okay. Thank you, Brian. I'll let you, Brian, if you want to come around to the microphone. This is your copy. And I'll give one to the clerk for the record.
So in recognition to our businessmen in Anderson County, the American Legion has an award to be presented to the 2022 Businessmen of the Year. It was going out to two outstanding citizens of Anderson County, Alex Patel and Adam Harding. These businessmen have shown such compassion and goodwill to our community. They have been compassionate, outstanding, and dedicated in servicing the veterans of Anderson County, and we would like to honor them today with a token of our appreciation and publicly thank them for all that they do for veterans in our county. So if these gentlemen are here today, would they please come forward?
Good morning, Adam. Good morning. How are you this morning?
So in appreciation, you turn sideways there. So I can get out. In appreciation for our 2022 Businessman of the Year Award presented to Adam Harding for outstanding dedicated service to veterans of Anderson County. Yes, sir. if he's not here today, he did not make it due to, he was flying in yesterday
Congratulations,
from out of town. He said that somebody might be here to take his award for him. Adam, you wanna go ahead and? Might as well give it to Adam. So we'll give Adam, this is, again, it says the same thing for Alex Patel, outstanding and dedicated service for the veterans of Anderson County. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brian. Thank y'all for what y'all do for the veterans and the community.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, brother.
Next item on the agenda is consider take action on addendum to Anderson County Courthouse elevator maintenance contract with Otis Elevator to utilize the current cooperative purchasing agreements with Omni. Auditor Megan Lambrught's going to address that.
It's exactly what the agenda item says. This is just an addendum to our current elevator contract. So we may utilize Omnia, which is a co-op that we're a part of. So if there's anything outside the normal contract, it'll be better. It'll be pricing that reflects with the co-op.
Any questions?
No, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the addendum. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Chapin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 7 is consider to take action on approving freight charges of $75 for previously approved purchase of monitor and pump for Mont Alva Volunteer Fire Department. All this was approved June the 26th, 2023, in court. I think they had a reimbursement of $22,888.24 with American Rescue Plan Act funds. So evidently there was a freight charge of $75. I'll entertain a motion to approve the $75.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 8 is consider to take action on declaring the county clerk's RICO MP 4002 serial number William 523 Lincoln 900798 as surplus for auction, undersigning as transferred to the Veterans Office. And the copier was approved as a transfer in Commissioner's Court on April the 24th. And IT's identified this copier does have some problems. They don't want to send it to the Veterans Office, okay? But we actually just replaced the one, if y'all remember, in the Elections Office. And so that's coming up as the next agenda item, so that they do have a copier in the Veterans Office. And that one in the Elections is just a black and white copier, so instead of transferring it to another office, we felt like that was the best need. So on item number 8, I'll ask the court if I have a motion to declare the county clerk's copier as surplus for the auction and undesignated as a transfer to the Veterans Office. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 9 is consider and take action on a transfer of the Elections Office Canon IR 4545 serial number Union Mary Victor 00590 copier to the Veterans Office. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dixon. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 10 is consider to take action to authorize the Road and Bridge Department Precincts 1 through 4 to use American Rescue Plan Funds Act in the amount of $137,033 each to purchase construction materials. Actually, that's already been budgeted, so I don't think we need a budget amendment. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So,
I just
I'll
wanted the court to officially make an action item to approve it. I just wanted the court to
Right,
officially
so
make an action item.
on the record, okay. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Chapin, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, so ordered. Consider and take action on the 2024 health insurance renewal. Commissioner Auditor Lambright, get it right, go ahead.
What's in your packet is the insurance rates. They went up 3%. I think I said that whenever we were adopting the budget of what it was gonna come out to be. If we leave the HSA still free to just the employee, but we would have to increase the HSA contribution by $16.50, which is 3%. Total for the year, $566.50. And then the other two plans, the same amount that the county would contribute. Y'all can see the increase to the employee and then how much it increased to the county. On the second page, it just lays out our current plans, and at the bottom, it's showing our average yearly bill for HelpMD is around $30,000. What's currently budgeted in 2024's budget, there'd be a budget shortfall of $16,000, but like I said when we were adopting the budget, we have approximately $88,000 in the health insurance fund, so we could use that to take care of that shortfall. And that's if every employee takes our insurance and every position is filled. So, and then on the third page, TAC actually gave us more health insurance options. I laid it all out, but my recommendation is we stick with the current three we have, because they're the ones that are close. It would just be, I think we should just stick with the same ones we have, because they're not any better. And then plus we would have to budget more, and that would have to come out of contingency. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is in our current health insurance packet, there's a waiting period for new employees of 60 days. That also includes elected officials, and I wanted to see if the court wanted to change that for elected officials, because they're not employees. They're elected for 4 years, so if someone comes in January 1, they have to wait the waiting period just like everyone else. And they're not, I mean, they're here for 4 years. They're not leaving in 2 months. So I was wanting to see if the court wanted to change that.
I think that should be changed.
I'm sorry.
No, sir, it's fine.
Okay. I agree with you on that. The other thing is, it's 60 days before their insurance kicks in.
Yes.
Is there any way we can shorten that?
Yeah. I mean it's
that's the court's prerogative, right?
yes, because it used to be 30 days, and a few years ago
Because if
the
they're
court
coming
changed
from
it to
another
60.
place that they're insured, I think that's a long ways to wait, especially if they've got somebody in the family that's got health issues. So.
It's up to the court.
I mean, I'm
It used to be
thinking
30 days several years ago.
30 or something in that range.
30.
Yeah, I think
No, I feel more comfortable with 30 than
Okay.
60.
I can make that change.
I didn't remember changing it, but
It was
I think
several
it
years ago.
happened on the Karen. Yes.
But the elected officials should be immediate, correct?
Okay, yeah, if that's what the court wants to do. I agree with that.
All right. And one thing that we did, we sat down with TAC, spent a long time with them, Yesenia and Megan and I, and one of the things is, there's people that are not taking the insurance because of the cost. And in the past, the more people we had on the program, it helped us when we were self-insured. It helped us keep the premiums down, because all the younger people that are employed that don't have the health issues, when they were contributing, fortunately they had the benefit if something happened. They didn't have to worry about it. They had health insurance. But
it throwed a curve.
it's kind of like what we've seen in the market. Then people that are younger are not taking the health insurance, so it's costing more for those that do have health issues that are older. So we tried to see if there was some way to come up with a program to get more people insured, get the cost down. But as you see, that didn't happen. So, and there's no guarantees of how many younger employees that are not on the plan would take the new plan.
Leave it, take
So that would be an unknown. So I just wanted the employees to know that we did try to see if there was a better way to get the better benefits and get the premiums there. But that just didn't happen, so.
Did y'all speak with them about a HRA also? The health, because we have the HSA, and I was asking about the HRA in the last one.
Yeah, I didn't talk to
The
them
health
about that.
reimbursement account where like they would do,
Is that like the FSA, flexible
it's
spending
kind of,
account?
yeah, that's what it is, and they could do like a dental or like vision, because you have an amount there, and if you use it, you can incorporate those two in there that you currently can't incorporate on that side, because you have a card with their money on it. And they use it, but it's a savings too if they don't use it, so.
Yeah.
We're basically building an account for them.
Yes,
To
sir.
be able to use
Yes, sir.
when they do have an issue. That, I mean, that wasn't discussed.
All right.
So I think we gotta stay with our current plan.
But I don't know if I said this a second ago, we raised the county's contribution, so as much as we could without it, so it doesn't affect the employees
That's what I'm
much,
talking about.
as much as we could.
So, let me ask a question, I wanna make sure that we can implement this correctly.
Yes.
How do we need to word this,
I guess,
so that your office can implement it without problem?
approve the current rates.
The current rates, and
Current
then
rates with the 30 days for new employees,
we'll change that.
And then, and then elected
date of
officials.
taking office on
Yes.
elected officials.
Yes,
Okay, anything else?
30 days on employees and for the waiting period, and no waiting period for elected officials.
Okay, all right.
I
I'll
put that
entertain that
form of
motion.
motion.
Thank you
Okay.
for doing that. All right, so, motion by Commissioner Dixon, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Item number 12, consider and take action on a contract between the Anderson County and Southern Health Partners for the county jail for health and medical services for county inmates in the amount of $766,735.80 annually. Sheriff, did you, oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down reading.
I snuck up on you,
Yes, sir.
Judge, sorry.
Go ahead.
It's just renewal of the contract. We went out on request for proposals. The other one was considerably higher. The third one was no answer. It's going to continue our current services with the contract holder through the end of the year and renew it as appropriate.
And this is what we discussed at budget. and
Yes, sir.
We did
Yes.
budget this amount. So
Quite, yes, sir, we did.
Yes, sir.
It's currently in the budget. Any questions from the court? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the contract with the Southern Health Partners for the county jail for health and medical services for county inmates in the amount of $766,735.80 annually. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Chapin, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Thanks, Sheriff. Did you have something?
Yeah, I think I'm on the next two up.
Consider and take action on purchasing a replacement toilet lavatory for the jail from Coburn Plumbing in the amount of $3,009.87 to be purchased from Capital Outlay. And this is one of those special stainless steel toilets, all in one, correct?
Yes, sir. Has to be ordered specifically for the jail. We tried to use something from the old jail, and it's not the same specs, so, tried to save a little money where we could, but we'll try to repair this one after we replace it to see if we can keep one as a spare.
And they have to be that way because they're a safety issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's an inspection item, and it's a safety issue with the jail commission.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the purchase of the toilet lavatory for the jail, Coburn Plumbing, in the amount of $3,009.87 from Capital Outlay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. Next item, number 14, is consider and take action on declaring Sig Sauer P226 pistol serial number Union 634937 as surplus for county property, is county property, and authorize the sheriff to allow the purchase of that firearm by Tammy Lightfoot as required by statute. The purchase price will be $345, which the state did that a while back to allow the officers to be able to purchase the firearm.
Exactly, Judge.
When they retire.
Yes, sir. She's retired from active duty as a deputy sheriff when she took office as our elected JP, and she'd like to purchase her firearm that she carried in the line of duty.
Yes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Mims, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Commissioner Chapin, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sheriff. All right, item number 15. I was gonna do a presentation, but I think there's so many items on this thing first. I think we need to have a discussion on a number of things before we take any action on anything. So, what I would like to do is, let's just kind of go over some of these proposals. So, since we reviewed, well, I'll tell you what, let's go to item number 16. And let's cover this first, and then, item number 16 is consider and take action on a second reading of the vendor policy for the Information Technology Department previously considered on August the 14th, 2023, as requested by the Information Technology Department and the county judge. That's enclosure 11. Bring that in. Give me just a second. I thought I brought one. I'm gonna go to the PDF text. Can you hit that one line over there? Let's see which one we need. All right, this was a proposed policy. And let me get my mouse up there on the screen. Let me go to page 3 first. One of the things that I wanted to note was we went through a pretty good review process trying to develop this policy. And these are all the people that gave input essentially to the policy. There were other counties that the IT department actually contacted to get their input, and we received some. So that was kind of the starting place, I think. But of course, the IT department, county judge, district attorney, risk director, and tax staff that handles our risk through Texas Association of Counties, the cybersecurity risk consultant that they just recently hired just a few months ago, Brandon Armstrong, the general counsel, Eric McGee, and what our general counsel is doing is they're not reviewing it for is it a good policy or a bad policy. They're reviewing it to determine if it meets the legal requirements so we don't do something outside of statute, okay? So, and then of course, Jay Russell have input on some of the criminal the requirements to make sure that somebody's touching CJIS documents and special or specific personal information, those kinds of things, criminal, has to have certain clearances. So we were trying to get some input on them. We had some discussion on this last time. There's been one change that I'll show you here in just a second, but you know, going through the policy, the purpose of the policy is to define behavior and expectations of any vendor or entity that is requesting access to Anderson County Information System in order to maintain a secure environment and ensure compliance with best practices, laws, and policies, which makes that's just common sense there. Scope: the policy covers all direct connections to Anderson County Information Systems from non-county owned systems, which would allow said vendors or individuals access to our information system. Use of a third-party connection should be discouraged and used only if no other option is available. When it's necessary to grant access to a third-party, access must be restricted and carefully controlled. A requester of a third-party connection must demonstrate a compelling business need for the connection. The request must be approved and implemented by the IT director. And the IT director is essentially, he's the cop that makes sure that our data is protected and essentially that nobody gets access to that system or to certain programs that should not have access to them. So that's why the IT director acts over that. And actually the IT director is the person that is in charge of making sure if we have a ransomware attack, if we have a virus. We've had we had a deal last year that I won't get into the specifics for security purposes, but we had an attack on one of our systems, and the IT department got with TAC and took care of it, and it didn't affect our system. I'm going to go over some other stuff here in just a few minutes. But you got to have definitions on terms so everybody understands that. And one of the things about having this policy is when you start to do a contract, there needs to be language from the policy that you put in the contract, because it gives the parameters between the vendor and the county. In other words, making sure that they're not allowing people with criminal records in our system. Somebody that at least is vetted, who are susceptible to come in and do something. People with bad finances that are subject to having problems financially that might do something that could be nefarious in our system. So that's why we have the vendor policy. That's why we recommend it. Okay, so definitions of county essentially is the entity of Anderson County government, or as relevant, any official of Anderson County government appointed or elected individually or collectively acting within the scope of their official capacity. B, information systems, the computer network belonging to and used by Anderson County, including all its data, assets, and resources regardless of location. Third-party connection, a direct connection to a party external to Anderson County, such as customers, vendors, partners, or suppliers. CJI information, which is criminal justice information that has been collected through CJIS systems and is considered by CJIS policy to be restricted to anyone except authorized individuals. PII and SPI are personally identifiable information and sensitive personal information. Personally identified would be like driver's license, dates of birth, things like that. Sensitive is going to be like our human resources. That's your social security number. That's going to be your direct deposit account information. Dates of birth, anything that would be in our human resource, according to statute. IT vendor for this policy, an IT vendor is any company or resource that is determined by Anderson County IT director to be an IT vendor. Generally, they are used by the county to perform a service and or provide a product that directly connects to Anderson County's information system. Now, keep in mind, we're talking about all the citizens of this county's data, deed records, birth and death records. Some of it they may have contact with, some of that is held by the elected official with special programs. You've got child support records, which are confidential. You've got district court and county court criminal records. There's a lot of sensitive data there. There's also mental health records, which are extremely, Mark will tell you, it's extremely confidential. You can't release those to even sometimes the person that that was actually involved in the case that was being protected. Information data that was created, stored, printed, written, or in any way is in the possession of, within the walls of, or in the custody of Anderson County's properties. Employees, information systems, or storage drives belonging to or being used by the county. Authorized individuals. An individual who has been authorized by the county and by applicable law or policy to be in the presence of and have contact with the county's information systems for criminal justice information, personal identifiable information, or specific personal information. So, security incident, any event or series of events that compromise the intended security and privacy of Anderson County's information systems required by this policy and or relevant laws. To ensure satisfactory work, IT vendors should be vetted to verify work history by contracting vendors' previous customers, verify vendor provides quality work and services, verify that the vendor's promised product service is sufficient to the county's needs. D, use information gathering tools and resources to verify the vendor's reputation. Actually, Tex and Mike have come up with a vendor reputation tool that we can get from DIR that actually scores that vendor and tells you what scorecard that in certain specific areas of how that vendor is actually looked at statewide and based on their history. So that's something that we can use. Depending on the scope of work and sensitivity of their potential role, investigate the officers or relevant employees of the vendor. A lot of these things are from past experience, and I'll explain that in a little bit. IT vendors or entities must provide evidence that the IT vendor follows practices and policies that comply with state and federal laws and policies, including but not limited to CJIS standards such as data encryption. One thing that Tex and Mike are working with right now, they're testing an email that is encrypted for about 6 or 7 users that Kathy's doing that for Indigent Health, Human Resources, Yesenia, and some other people are using those because they have specific HIPAA documents. HIPAA documents have to be protected, okay? So we're looking at, they're actually testing that right now. Dissemination of information, media, sanitation. So just like we're fixing to sell that copier at surplus or in a auction, we've got to take that hard drive off of there. That's got county data that's personal data, depending on what office that comes from. It's coming from the county clerk's office. There's a lot of, they're making copies of stuff that's going to be on that hard drive. So we've found that that's got to be sanitized and data retention, okay? Provide upon request to Anderson County names and any other requested information about individuals that will have access to the connections to access an individual's authorized status. Anderson County reserves the right to approve or deny this access based on its risk assessment of the connection. Restrict access to the county's network to only those authorized individuals that have a legitimate business need for access. Not collect, that the vendor will not collect, use any information data for any personal reasons. I missed one. Not collect, use, or information data for any illegal activity. Not collect, use, or information or use any information data for gain, profit, or leverage. Not collect, copy, edit, alter, or in any way interact with or our information data beyond the scope of their role defined in the contract. Now, B is what we saw that there was a way to maybe protect our data a little bit better from a suggestion. So what's in red was some suggested language. It's only in this section. No other section is changed in the policy that we had reviewed before at the other meeting back in August. So be accompanied by IT or other qualified employee of Anderson County that is an authorized individual while the vendor is in contact with criminal justice information, personal identifying information, or specific personal information, or other sensitive information, systems, configuration, or settings, except where public access is already granted or under the authority of an agreement allowing such access, unless an agreed Anderson County controlled logging and recording system. So essentially, while they're in our system, we're going to have a recording. We have the possibility through the policy to have a recording of every action that that person is making in our system. That protects the vendor, that protects Anderson County. So it's not a finger pointing situation if something happens. So the recording system is active and used in all changes that have occurred or reported to Anderson County IT department. So if they make a change, then it should all be reported to us. Provide evidence such as a signed affidavit to the county that the people who will have access to our information systems or our information data have not ever been convicted of a felony, financial crime, any drug offense, or family violence. Okay, and we're talking about conviction. Okay, we're talking about convicted of. That's the same. This came from the Sheriff's Department. It's good language. It's basic language for anybody that's going to work as a peace officer, jailer, or telecommunicator. Not be delinquent in any taxes or payments to any taxing authority in Anderson County or the state of Texas. I'll touch on that in a little bit. Comply with IT's requirements and policies. Depending on the level of access to be determined by the IT director, obtain and provide evidence of cyber coverage and name Anderson County as an additional insured. Have a regular, consistent, and timely update and patching cadence to address any security flaws in their software, hardware, or applications used in the service of the county's information system. Number 7, for vendors with permanent connections to our information system, the vendor must provide Anderson County with an on-hour and off-hour contact information for the person or persons responsible for the connections. Anderson County will require an audit on the connections to our information systems to verify compliance with this policy. This policy is part of Anderson County's cohesive set of security policies. Other policies may apply to the topics covered in this document, and as such, the applicable policies should be reviewed as needed. Violations of these and or other policies may result in suspension, restriction of access, or termination of access and or contracts. Where illegal activities are suspected, Anderson County will report such activities to the applicable authorities. In case of a security incident or data breach of the IT vendor's IT vendor system, the vendor must immediately report the incident to Anderson County. Disclose completely the scope and nature of the incident, including continued updates as new information is available. Cooperate with Anderson County to determine the appropriate reaction for our own protection and immediately adjust our connections or systems as needed. Follow any additional policies or laws that are relevant to such situations. The vendor will be solely responsible for any cost accrued by the county in responding to such security incidents. And again, there's the individuals that help put this together. One of the things, I've been talking to county judges. I know some have had ransomware attacks. Texas is under attack. It's one of the big things. I think Megan, wasn't there some discussion about the insurance related to security with tax?
Yes, next year it's changing for the cybersecurity part.
Because this has become a major item, correct? Okay. Texas is had more cyber attacks than any state in the union. And so, everybody's dealing with this. And so we've got to be proactive rather than reactive, and that's what I'm hoping. And one of the things about this policy and why we went through such pains and went to all these different people is I would like for Anderson County to be the model, because I've talked to lots of county judges and they don't have a vendor policy. And this vendor policy is not for our other vendors, you know, throughout the county. This is only for IT. That's all it's for. But I've talked to some that have had ransomware attacks. I'm trying to get information on what the response was, what was successful, what wasn't successful. How can you better make policies? I've been talking with one. Let me just ask this. Let me ask the court this, okay? Of some of the policies that's proposed here today, I'd like for one of y'all to tell me, if we had a ransomware attack right now, immediately now, what would happen? What would y'all do? And everybody's talked about this. I mean, y'all talked about it. You don't know a whole lot about IT. That's understandable.
But the first thing is, we wouldn't be the ones handling it. It would be our IT department. So we rely on those guys to be where they need to be, and we need to have every system in place to understand that if this happens to our county, we well protected our county.
Right.
I think that's the best answer
And
anybody should be able to give on
this.
this.
Mine, because I'm the emergency management administrator. But I know what that response is in talking to all these other judges that have had to go through it. If it happened right now today, I know who to make the phone calls to. That's important. It's not about knowing everything. It's knowing who to call when you got a problem, okay? So I just want to point that out. So all right, so the commissioners have indicated that they're proposing a policy, so let me get my mouse up there again. Do y'all want to read that, or do you want me to read it for you?
You can read it. It's basically the same thing.
All right, so this was the policy proposed by Commissioner Chapin and Commissioner Dixon for IT vendors. Information resources vendor policy. Overview, the purpose, and I'll just say that everything that's in here, except for about 4 words, came as excerpts from the policy we just read. Overview, the purpose of this policy is to define behavior and expectations for any vendor or entity that is requesting access for Anderson County's information system in order to maintain a secure environment and ensure compliance with best practices, laws, and policies. Scope, the policy covers all direct connections to Anderson County's information system for non-county owned systems, which would allow said vendors or individuals access to our system. That's essentially out of the same policy we just read. The IT vendor for this policy as an IT vendor is any company or resource that is determined by the Anderson County Commissioners Court. Those are the changes. Anderson County Commissioners Court to be an IT vendor.
That's correct.
Okay, now, just what Commissioner Mims, I agree with him 100%. The response is going to be immediate. It's got to be the people that are in play, which right now, and since I was here before and before I was elected in '99, the first time, the county judge has been responsible for working with IT directly. It's always been that way, even when we had contractors doing it. So this is a major change, because you got to call a commissioner's court meeting and have a meeting within 72 hours, or an emergency meeting, but you have to call a meeting for the Anderson County Commissioners Court to actually take and respond, or you're violating Open Meetings Act. All right, to be an IT vendor, generally, they are used by the county to perform a service and provide a product that directly connects to Anderson County information systems in any way that includes their employees, contractors, subcontractors, officers, any software or hardware system used on their behalf. Essentially the same out of the other policies, just not numbered. IT vendors or entities must provide evidence that the IT vendor follows practices and policies that comply with state and federal laws and policies, including but not limited to CJIS or criminal justice information standards such as data encryption, dissemination of information, media sanitation, data retention, same as out of the other policy. Authorized individual, an individual who has been authorized by the county and by applicable law or policy to be in the presence of and have contact with the county's information system, essentially CJIS, personal identifiable information and specific personal identifiable information. In case of a security incident, and that was out of the same other policy. In case of a security incident or data breach of the IT vendor system, the vendor must immediately report the incident to Anderson County. Disclose completely the scope and nature of the incident, including continued updates as new information is available. Cooperate with Anderson County to determine the appropriate reaction for our own protection and immediately adjust our connections or systems as needed. Follow any additional policies or laws that are relevant to such situations. The vendor will be solely responsible for any cost accrued by the county in responding to such a security incident. And that's the end of the policy. Okay? So, in my opinion, there's no language really there to put in a contract to put the vendor on notice that this is our data. You don't keep our data, we keep our data. If you do anything to hurt our data, there's going to be penalties. This is one of the most important decisions this court will ever make. And I tried to tell the court that back in around 2005. And we had a vendor. I need to explain this because I've had history with it. We had a vendor. They're called Tyler Technologies. We were doing, our contract was with GSA, with LGS, okay? They took care of every office in this county, and they provided us with 2 IT staff, and they only had 1. When I came into office, I required, when we updated our contract, to have 2, because the sheriff's department has to be responded to 24/7. So I said, we got to have 2 people, okay? So that was put in place. We upgraded all of our servers and all of our systems in 2000 to bring us into the century we were living in, not the 2 centuries before. Some people didn't even have computers. We were using carbon paper and everything else until 1997. The JPs can tell you that. But there was 3 people, and I said, if y'all want this, I want you to line up in court as an elected official. I want it on the record that you want this policy, because I'm not for it. The salesman came in, and he was taking commissioners to lunch and elected officials to lunch, and he was telling them he could provide all these different things. I was talking to county judges in other counties that already had them for 2 years, and they still hadn't provided them with a JP program. Now, let me ask the question. Judge Todd's here. Judge Wesley's here. They were here, and they were in that court that day. Did y'all not, I'll just ask it like this. Did y'all have reservations about that company then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a yes from both of you? Okay. Mark, are we still having problems? It took, Wanda Burt was the county clerk. Mark was working in there. Okay, Wanda Burt said, I don't want this program. I want to stay with the one I've got. But the court didn't listen. The court went ahead and approved the contract. I refused to sign the contract, and I voted no on everything, or abstained, because I was not going to be a part of that. And I didn't want my name on it, because 3 years down the road, somebody's going to say, well, Kerry McKinney did this. And I knew it was going south. It took over 4 years to get the county clerk's office back like it with all the records. And is it still, we still got problems, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we still have the same problems. And I knew what I was talking about then. And right now, nobody's listening to me. Okay? And so let me go into the next thing, okay? I'm going back to the PowerPoint text. All right. When I was taking off, before I was taking office, after June, after the election, okay, I knew something was wrong. And I'm gonna let me preface this that I'm gonna say that Joey and Rashad and I were running for office, okay? We had no knowledge of what I'm fixing to show you. Nobody on this court knew what I'm about to tell you then, okay? So I'm telling you, they did not know this. And this person supported all 3 of us with meet and greets in the election maybe with some other things, okay? We were totally deceived. This court was totally deceived, all right? Because I don't want somebody saying that somebody was doing favors for somebody when we got elected, okay? We did not know. All right, but I'm going to go back to this. Let me get my mouse over here. So now I've blown some of this up. This was an agreement, okay? This was a quote, only a quote, not a contract, okay? Can y'all tell me who that signature is right there? Everybody knows. Kirk Smith, okay? Same man that's down at the auction barn down there, the livestock auction. And the other name on that document is Robert Johnson, the former county judge, okay? Now, all of these that I'm going to show you are public documents, either out of county records or court records, okay? Nothing that I'm going to show you is anything that's subjective or conjecture, okay? I'm working with the facts, kind of like Joe Friday and Dragnet a long time ago. If you ever watched those shows, if you're older, just the facts, okay? All right, so I tried to blow it up, and I'll just tell you that I confirmed that signature out of Harris County, county clerk's office, with other county documents out of Harris County that match that signature. I went to the FBI back in November on this. So the FBI started an investigation, and we quietly did nothing until I took office. But you can see in this, and I'm telling you, this court was deceived, all right? $245,182 upfront cost for startup cost and $18,305 per month. Through December, we paid Mr. Smith $522,925 through December. $500,000. Now I'm going to ask my IT people. That was for cloud and storage, correct? Wait, I'm going to ask another question. Is that cloud and storage? Yes. Okay. All right. So they were storing our data. I always said, be careful who. When we started storing stuff on the cloud, I want to say, who is in charge of the cloud? Who's got control of the cloud? Who has access to our information? Okay? So that's how much money. Now, we had to keep paying them. When I took office, and I'm going to tell you something. I got with the district attorney, the county auditor, these two IT men right here, okay? And then I filed a claim with the Texas Association of Counties, and we had a cybersecurity team that was recognized by the governor helping us. And quietly for 3 solid months, and all this is stuff that we worked on, okay? That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything else. For 3 months, we worked to stand up equipment. Every purchase was legal. It was in our budget, and it was within policy, okay? Every bit of it. I'm getting attacked right now, and I'm defending myself. I can promise you. And I don't mind putting this out here to the public because that's the people we serve. So they need the information. All around this county, they kept telling me, we don't know what's going on at the county government. There's a camera up there now. They can see what we're doing. I'm proud of it, and we're having good discussions and getting some stuff done. And I said we, not me, we, because they have supported me on a lot of different things to get done in the first 8 months. We've got fiber optic plans that we didn't have. We've got construction projects that we have completed. We did that together. You don't do this by yourself. It takes 3 votes to do anything in a county government, okay? Now, you can see that, now I got this back around June. I went to the auditor's office and started requesting documents because I was trying to get ready to take office. and I find out that this one wasn't signed. It wasn't signed. Robert signed it. The county judge signed it, but it wasn't signed by the vendor. This is in June of 2022. Been paying $245,018.3 a month for a year without a signed, even a signed quote. Okay? No signatures. It didn't get signed till, and the auditor didn't realize it. I brought it to her attention, and she got it signed. She went and got it signed because that was what she needed to do. Okay? I think you took office in September of 21? June, okay. Just a little bit before all this transpired. Okay. So if you were like me, you were learning with drinking from the fire hose. Okay? All right. Now, one of the things, and I think this is kind of small, but this is the local government code. It's let me go back to the first. It's Title 8, Section 221, or Chapter 221, and it's 221 point. Isn't that 001 there, Mark? Can you read it? 271, okay.
001, yes.
Yes, okay. And what it requires in a cooperative, and this was through a cooperative purchasing agreement, the court approved that, okay? But the cooperative purchasing agreement requires some certain things, okay? Number one, essentially, you've got a contract. Commissioner, I mean, you admitted in open court there is no contract, so that's on the record, all right? There is no contract.
Who you talking to me, Judge?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean,
Okay, because I'm not sure you didn't look at me, so I didn't know.
yes, sir. Okay.
When did I do that, sir?
That was when we cut the cord with Quasar.
There was no
You said
contract?
there was no contract. Yes, sir. That was on April the 24th.
I think there is a contract, though.
Okay. Well, it requires also that there are, that you have a person designated to act in the best interest of the governmental entity. Who is that by policy? That's our IT director, okay? As an elected official, I'm over that department right now, and that falls to me to coordinate with them. He comes to me for budget issues, and we collaborate with the IT department to find out what we need to do, okay? Now, I don't know, that says master service agreement, and it also says contract in the quote. There was no contract and there's no master service agreement. The master service agreement was actually sent to Allison Bass and Associates because I called them months and months ago. It never got executed. There was never any response to the master service agreement. We have a master service agreement we're looking at today. The master service agreement, and even talking to the attorneys, and Allison's here so I can ask her. Master service agreement is written to protect the contractor. It's not written to protect Anderson County. That's why the IT policy is so important, okay? Now this was the agenda, just so I'm going through, this was the agenda back in I know these dates pretty much by heart. September the 13th, 2021. Okay, Judge Johnson put that on the agenda to approve this contract. Okay? Now, I thought this was kind of humorous when I was doing a little research on there. I've been preaching about insider threats, and it's actually off of their own website. It talks about how somebody's in the system for 8 years and nobody knew it. Okay? Now, to find out how that happened, there's a good example of how it almost happened in Cherokee County with the same person. And this is how it works, okay? I'll read it to you. And this is out of the newspaper. This is a public document. Cherokee County Commissioners Court heard from Quasar Data Center Representative Kirk Smith regarding IT services the company could possibly provide the county. Okay? Quasar Data Center, a full service. I'm just going to skip on down to it. It says, we do a lot of schools, colleges, municipal work, he said. Quasar purchases, furnishes, and services the hardware in-house. And I'm not saying anything about Quasar. Their techs were helping Mike and Tex, were they not? They were responding to you and they were helping you, right? So I'm not talking about Quasar data in general, okay? It says, we have a flat IT service company. We put the equipment in. That's a fee. That's a fee. There is a fee for the equipment, huh? There's a little controversy over equipment right now, okay? But there is a cost for the equipment. And the equipment and the network operations, part of it. You can budget that every year. There's no surprise bills. Smith said the goal is to eliminate trouble tickets without defining trouble tickets opposed to other tickets. Commissioners expressed concerns regarding defense against malware, the length of the time Quasar could restore the current system if the county moved to Quasar. Now let me ask a question to my IT staff. When I took office, we paid for disaster recovery. That's the other question. Did we pay for disaster recovery? Yes, we did. Did we have disaster recovery after 15 months and $500,000 when I took office? No, correct? Okay. And that's both my IT staff with that response. Okay. Let's see. The length of time Quasar could restore the current system if the county moved to Quasar. We actually had an electrical storm about to hit us, and our IT staff contacted them about making sure our data was secure on the disaster recovery, and they weren't quite ready for that yet. Is that correct? Mike, Tex? Yeah, the ice storm? Okay, so that's correct. Okay? They were not satisfied, and if this is the Commissioner's Court, they were not satisfied if contracting with Quasar would eliminate county staff. Now, I'll just tell you, you can see it, that eliminating staff was one of the big things because it's one of those things where they were continually moving to take over our IT department. That's essentially what it was. They wanted these guys to be gophers and run around putting up and fixing computers while they're taking $18,300 a month. Okay? There was also discussion regarding the compatibility of the data servers currently used by the county and Quasar's cloud. Commissioners appeared interested in availing the county of the free access offered. See, and that's how it happens. You have a free access, you come in and do a free assessment, and then you come back with all these problems. And the sales line that they used was, I could hack your system with a baby monitor. Is that correct, Mike and Tex? Yes, okay. So they come back and they tell commissioners that are not familiar with IT of all these problems that we have in the county. Now, these guys didn't have, from what they tell me, they didn't have problems until Quasar showed up on the scene, okay? Until Mr. Smith got in our business, okay? And again, I'm not saying anything. Quasar was, they were people helping y'all with Quasar, correct? Okay. Now, so this was on the agenda. It's kind of funny. It was September the 13th, 2021. When Anderson County approved it. September the 13th, 2022. And then they had another, this was the first agenda. They had another agenda on the 27th. Request to discuss and possible action on Quasar Data doing an assessment of their IT department. Okay. Commissioners appeared interested in availing the county of a free assessment, but took no action. Essentially, they stayed with their inside IT people. Okay. Now, this is what I'm going to show you. This is a public document. It's on the internet. It's from the Department of Justice. Okay. News release, February 18th, 2015. If y'all want to take your phones out, you can Google. Okay. You'll put that in there. Former title company owner heads to prison in bank fraud conspiracy. So if you want to bring that up on your phone, you can look and read the article. Okay. I don't think it's big enough. There, maybe it is. I'll let y'all look at that. Can y'all read that? That's Kirk Smith. Now, I had to try to identify it. I'm not going to sit there with somebody that just says first name, last name. I don't know if that's the same person I'm even dealing with us, okay? Somebody brought this to me. I didn't find this. It was brought to me. Somebody that was concerned about the county, okay? And it was somebody in county government. Now, let's see. You know, I told you we put the taxes in there, that somebody can't have delinquent taxes. And I brought up that Anderson County Livestock Exchange actually belonged to Quasar, right? There's two, Elkhart ISD and City of Elkhart, City of Palestine, Palestine ISD, Trinity Valley. We've joined this lawsuit as an intervener for back taxes for 2 years. Okay, there's the first lawsuit. That's filed in the district clerk's office right now for approximately $88,000 for 7 different properties, including 1855. There's 3 different documents here in the clerk's office. Okay. I mean, I just believe shining a light on things and let's see how things are. Because I got elected to protect the citizens of this county along with everybody on this court. And I think we just got to have things are out in the public, then the public needs to know what's really going on, okay? So, now, so the commissioners want to, we probably need to go back and look at the other document. This is a regular meeting, June the 12th, 2023, okay? Now, the commissioners are upset, and I understand that, because I hadn't shared a lot of information with them, okay? About stuff that's going on with IT. I couldn't share that information with them, especially about some of the transactions. We've been working with our attorney, Eric McGee, General Counsel, with Quasar's attorney, Brian Walsh. And Brian sent me an email, asked me to set up a meeting, and I told him I wasn't going to set up a meeting, that I referred everything to our legal counsel to protect Anderson County, okay? Brian's a good guy, ran for district judge. I stood on the corner out there with him. This has got nothing to do with him. He got hired to do a job, okay? But this is the thing. I couldn't share anything with the court because there was somebody talking to Quasar outside the general counsel and giving them information and having negotiations with them. And on April the 6th, I had a discussion with Commissioner Chapin about this, and he told me that he wanted to, he was checking to see when we was going to give them their equipment back. I said, I'm not giving them equipment back. Essentially, I want to know if we paid for it or not. We paid $245,000 for it. But there's no contract to hold those people accountable, okay? Like I said, I'm getting attacked, so I'm defending myself. All right? So essentially what it says, and this is Commissioner's Court meeting minutes. These are certified out of the county clerk's office, okay? Possible litigation, okay? Commissioner put this on the agenda. hear from county judge on possible litigation between IT, Anderson County, and Quasar. There was no litigation. We were negotiating, and we've had it resolved. But this told me, and so let's just go through here. My other constituent brought me some letters and was concerned about the retrieval of their equipment. And I said, who might that be? Who was that? A lady by the name of Nanette Smith. She brought it to me, and she told me that she said they were having this issue with it. Now, I know Nanette Smith, that's Kirk Smith's wife. I ate dinner with them early in the election, and I'm sure Commissioner Chapin has too. Eric, he called me back and told me that they had answered all the questions. He called Eric McGee the morning of the meeting and found out there wasn't any litigation. We had made everything available to them, and we were still waiting on them to come pick it up. They still hadn't come picked it up. But the deal was they had to make sure all our data's off their system. Okay? So, and I said, was that somebody with Quasar? Which I knew it was. It was a concerned person. Yes, sir. And I'm assuming it's one of the owners of Quasar. Okay? Well, I'm curious why it was put on here for me. Why am I being called out on it? Because evidently Commissioner Chapin thought we were under litigation, and we weren't. You know why? Because he didn't come talk to me. He hadn't come talk to me since April, until Friday when he come in and put this stuff on the agenda. Okay? We're having communication problems, and I understand. This is controversial. I put it on there about the seating down there at the sale barn. And this is between, to a certain extent, me and him. The other court members have tried to work with me, and even I've tried to work with him, and we've done some stuff together. So I'm just trying to call this out for what it is. Okay? She said that they didn't have access to it. Eric McGee cleared that up and said, yes, they do. He said that we've answered all their letters back, and they quit corresponding with us. And I'm going to guess because probably the attorney hadn't been paid. Well, I didn't know if the county judge could bring us up to speed. Actually, he has not been working on it. I have been working on it. And I've got it all worked out for you. Everything we have, everything that we've done is worked through our attorneys, is what I was trying to tell Commissioner Chapin that day. I'm not having any conversations with anybody outside of council. Okay? And that was the extent of that meeting. Okay? So, let's see. Now, the other thing, and, you know, I watched this because this was back right before I took office. I was in Commissioner's Court. I've actually got video. I was taking video at the time. Okay? This is put on here by Commissioner Chapin. Consider take action on a quote from Quasar Data centering on ticketing system for IT. Okay, so there is nobody from Quasar in the courtroom that day. I'm looking for a salesman. There is nobody. The salesman is on the court, essentially. Okay? Reaching out to Quasar. They're going to offer us a ticketing system in kind for the support way to be able to keep up with what we got going on in the county. And there'll be reports with more ties to what's going on with downtime. If there's anything, it is, and a lot of things they'll be able to fix. So I put it on in the form of a motion. So we made a motion to spend $35,000 to Quasar. I mean, we're just kind of a deep pockets for somebody to come in here and you see now they can't, the taxes aren't even being paid. Okay. But $2,917 a month. Now I'm going to tell you something. I was watching the court members, and Mike came up and Tex came up, and yeah, it was a little controversial because nobody even talked to IT except maybe I think Greg said he had talked to, without, I'm paraphrasing in here, that essentially he had talked to Mike briefly. Okay. And so I'll give him that. He talked to Mike briefly. Okay, but this got pretty controversial because I was in court that day. And I'll just tell you, my IT staff, I trust them with my life. After what they've been through, quietly getting this done, we stood up equipment, we took all of our data back, and we had it in 2 places. 2 places. And that is all the data for the citizens of this county. Those 2 guys, and along with TAC and the DA and the county auditor, we protected the data of all the citizens of this county from somebody that was a convicted felon, okay? And that's, you know, I've been a cop and a judge for 38 years. That's what you do when you're a peace officer. That's what you do when you're a public servant, okay? And I'm going to tell you, I lost a lot of sleep over this stuff because I didn't want to hurt anybody. And I wanted the truth. That's all I wanted, to seek the truth and put us in a better place. And this court can do that, okay? I can work with this court. I have tried and tried to work with this court. Nobody, I'm saying nobody, as a general rule, people don't come to see me very much, okay? Commissioner Mims has come and talked to me. We worked on the fiber optic. I worked with Kenneth on some economic development stuff. I worked with Joey on some grants that he's done, and I worked with Joey on some other stuff that he's helped me on. I feel like we've got a good relationship, okay? In spite of all this stuff, I feel like we got a good court, okay? Now, but essentially what we're talking about is in budget. I was sitting here at budget time. Tex asked, we need some help. We need some help. And Commissioner Chapin's response was, we'll let Quasar do it, okay? They didn't give me any help. Joey Hill just made a motion and gave us a new staff member. We hired him. I'll tell you, they went to Indeed. We found several people. 6 of them are qualified, okay? 6 of them are qualified. But they didn't go on their resumes and what they were telling them. Tex set up a test in here and put computers, a camera, printer, everything else, and there were problems with it. They had 30 minutes to fix it, get it up running, and to make sure that they had the skills to do that, okay? It was a task. They had 30 minutes. The one person that did it, we hired. And I didn't hire him. Mike Cook's IT director. I said, if that's the one you want, I'll support you. I did a second interview. My 3 things that I told him were, first off, our data is going to be protected no matter what. Second, we have 2 customers. One customer is going to be our citizens of Anderson County because that's their data. The second is elected officials in this county because elected officials are who we serve to make sure they depend on us to do their job because they depend on us as IT, but they also depend on this court because the court decides what programs they're going to have from a financial standpoint, from a budget standpoint, okay? So those are the 3 major things I told that person. He was in the military for 9 years. He was on the IT team for his unit. He deployed to Iraq 3 times, Afghanistan once. He's also worked in banks on the IT teams. The guy's got skills, okay? He accents these 2 guys' skills.
Is that the new hire, Judge?
That's the new hire.
Not the one that you've let go?
No, sir. No, sir. He was the other one, and I'm not going to get into it other than he was hired until his background was complete, and then he resigned. And then I'll leave it at that. Okay. Now, this came up, and it's the same thing right now. We got somebody that's Commissioner Chapin has never taken his cyber training, cyber security training. That's why he doesn't have email. He doesn't have a county email. Tex called him out on this, and he got mad, and he tried to get Tex fired. Okay? And I can prove this.
How can you prove that?
I got witnesses. Okay?
Bring them up, I guess, because I never mentioned firing him over that.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, Tex come and talked to me at the office. Wasn't that correct, Tex? And I said, there ain't no problem. I mean, I just water under the bridge.
Yeah.
But he challenged me on my security training. I said, I don't use the computer. So he said, well, I didn't realize that. Since then, Mike has turn mine off. I go through my office on everything.
Yes, sir.
I do receive emails just to my office.
Okay. Well, I tried to send y'all that policy by email the other day. And so I called Cassie, cause I was up here till 9 o'clock at night. I called Kathy and I said, I need to send him an email. And she said, well, Commissioner Chapin doesn't have a county email. I have to send it to his wife's email. Okay? Now, she didn't mean to do that, but she inadvertently told me. So basically, everything that's county government that's going to your wife's email is subject to open records. It's kind of like the phones when I told y'all the other day, the phones that are going to the sheriff's office have to be county phones because they have to be subject to subpoena and everything else. It's the same deal. Okay? So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. Now, this is a confirmation, and this is what I took to the FBI because I would work for a long time in November to confirm that this is one and the same person, okay? So, these are the two people. This is Robert Johnson's campaign. It's down there in the election office. Anybody can go get it, okay? But you see the address right there? 616 Westfield, Friendswood, okay? And I met her. She's a nice lady. You know, I got nothing against Miss Smith. I mean, she seemed like a very nice lady. But this is a document out of the federal court. Now, I'm only putting one thing up there. I took a lot of it down. All I wanted to do was confirm the address was the same. So it's the same address, okay? So I had to figure out a way to prove that I'm dealing with the same person. So these are all public records, okay? And there's the document, okay? I've kind of got the cause number memorized. It's 4:13-CR-00553, Southern Federal District Court in Houston, Texas. So, I think I've kind of covered. One of the things that happened when we didn't, and I'll just tell you, I'm not going to put it up there, but essentially, we received an email when one of the payments didn't go quite, when all this was going on. It didn't go out on the first Commissioners Court meeting. And essentially, we got an email saying, I hope your services aren't interrupted. Okay. So to me, that's a threat. I don't know about y'all. All right, let me. Okay. So here's what's been proposed as a committee to take over my duties, essentially, is at least that's what this appears to be, to take me totally out of the loop and put it over a committee in the Commissioners Court. So let's look at this, okay? I'll read it for you. Anderson County Information Technology Committee. Mission, to bring together the stakeholders of the Shared Information Technology Network in order to ensure the county offices have the needed resources and make the best use of technology, conduct the business of the county in a safe and secure manner. Organization, Anderson County elected officials or their designee will comprise the committee. Designees must be employed by Anderson County and work for the elected officials they are representing. A designee may not represent more than one elected official. The interest of the elected state district judges may be represented by their duly appointed administrative judge or other designee. Additionally, the Anderson County Director of IT and one member from each third-party contractor for the county will serve as non-voting subject matter experts, members of the committee. Now, just so you understand what that comprises while we're here. some of the people that we have touching our data, some of it is restricted, some of it's less restricted. But these are the contractors we're talking about to be on the committee. Tyler Technology. Is it easy to get a hold of anybody, Mark, with Tyler Technology?
Not that knows anything, Judge.
Okay, all right. It could be anybody we contract with. Net Data, that they take care of the JP programs, correct, Judge? Okay. Flare Data, they give us IT support and come in and help us with some of our hardware. Okay. Maybe licensing and things like that. All right. Vonage, that's our phone system, correct? We take care and maintain the whole phone system, right? Okay. Texas Association of Counties, they do our email. E-Tex Fiber, East Texas Broadband, Zito Media, that's one of our internet services. Other two are part of our internet services. Unitrend. And then we're trying to put in a camera system. Between Mike and Tex and Nick Webb, they've been working, and the sheriff, we've been working to try to put in a camera system because we need a better camera system. I talked to the district judges in our judges meeting here just recently, and I apprised them that we were trying to put a camera system in for security purposes. And the thing, I'm telling you, it's high tech. It is great. And the money is in the budget. The commissioners approved the budget in capital outlay for that system. Okay? So we're working on things together. We've got committees working on trying to get a transcription system for the county clerk's office so that instead of them having to type up minutes for a solid week trying to get that stuff and listening to video and listening to tapes. Am I right, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're trying to work on that. The money's in the budget in the capital outlay for this next year for that. Those are things that I was trying to make sure were in the budget so we could deal with those things. So all of those are contractors. We've been working on other stuff. Judge Duran couldn't be here, but we've been working. Nick Webb found a good program out of Smith County SO. I'll pat him on the back for that one because he found a program that would take and be able to reconcile with our bonding companies on who's bond. It'll have to interact with the DA's office, county clerk's office, district clerk's office. So we had a Teams meeting. Nick set it up. We had a Teams meeting. It's free. That's the best price off, that's what you want. The users pay for the system. We've got to take that to the bail bond board. So we're working on that. What else? Camera system. Let's see, we talked about the camera system. I'm missing one, I think. Oh, disaster recovery. Now, I've got the program in here. That's on the agenda for today, but we need a vendor policy. I've told the IT staff, they've been working on this stuff. They want to get it done. I said, look, we got to have a vendor policy first. I want something before we sign because of all this other stuff. I want to make sure we don't put somebody in our systems that could cause us problems, okay? All right, so let's go back to this. But those are all the contractors that would have to be on the committee. Let me ask y'all a question, elected officials. Is it hard to have a committee meeting around here? Yes, sir. Is it hard to have a bail bond board meeting even to get everybody there? I know Judge Duran was late and I had to preside over the last one, and I was late and he had to preside over the first one, which he normally does that, okay? It's hard to make committee meetings because everybody's got their own things they're doing. This would be a nightmare trying to put a committee together, all these people. And I'll tell you, I put a committee together back in, before they went to Tyler Technologies. Everybody wanted to do this. And so I said, okay, well, let's have some committee meetings and y'all tell me exactly what you need so we can put it out for an RFP or something. We had 3 of them. Nothing came out of it. Zip. I didn't call any more meetings. It's a waste of time because everybody wanted to gripe about the system that they had. That's all I heard. I didn't hear any input about trying to say this is what we need. This was back years ago, okay? So I know about that, and that's why I told the court when the committee meeting, but we've been working, as the commissioners wanted some committees, then we've been working in committees, have we not, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. IT? Okay. Now, so let me go on through this, and then I got some other stuff. All right. So let me get back over here with my mouse. A designee may not represent more than one elected official. The interest of the elected state district judges may be represented by their duly appointed administrative judge or other designee. Additionally, the Anderson County Director of IT and one member from each third-party IT contractor for the county will serve as non-voting subject matter experts, members of the committee. It is eligible, so it is eligible for membership. Elected officials must use the IT network for day-to-day business and must use the county's records management system. Well, I'm not sure what the county's records management system is. There is no county records management system. The clerk has a records management system, and everybody has a records management retention policy. They should have, but there is no records management system in Anderson County to retrieve and store the data for their office. Members may not include the county judge. So I'm not on the committee. I can't even, I've got system. Let me come back to it in just a second. It says county judge and members of the Anderson County Commissioners Court who serve as the ultimate authority for budgetary and policy decisions. Okay. Members will elect a chairperson who will serve 1-year term and may be reelected additional terms. So the Commissioners Court will assume the duties of the day-to-day supervision and direction of the employees and contractors who provide IT services for the county. So essentially replacing me. So something happens right now on the IT staff, has to have a response. Well, you can't call and ask everybody and poll everybody. That's illegal. That's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. We'd have to call a meeting every time they have an issue. Now, the thing is each of the elected officials have their own offices. I don't try to micromanage their offices, and I surely don't try to micromanage Road and Bridge. I respect the fact that y'all have the subject matter expertise to take care of that. So, I mean, I worked for a state agency, and I was an IT support for over 400 police agencies for over 16 years in the field. I do have a little bit of knowledge, and I dealt with all this stuff before. Employees and contractors will serve at the pleasure of the Anderson County Commissioners Court. The committee, through its chairperson, will make recommendations and provide all necessary quotes and documentation to the Anderson County Commissioners Court for changes or improvements to the countywide IT infrastructure, as well as changes to be considered by the Commissioners Court. The county will make recommendations for policy additions or changes to be considered by the Commissioners Court. The committee will prepare a report to be delivered to the Commissioners Court quarterly. The committee will prepare a 5-year plan outlining the projected maintenance and improvements to the Anderson County IT network to include the needs of individual offices. The committee will meet quarterly or more than often as needed. Okay. Hang on. It's not moving right. The mouse got away from me. So, a committee is not going to accomplish anything. I mean, this is my opinion now, okay? The committee's not going to accomplish anything. I interact with these guys on a day-to-day basis, okay? We have to resolve issues. They have budget issues. I have to sign purchase orders for them. Everything we stay within the budget, we get with the auditor office to make sure we're staying within the law, following statute, and making sure that things are getting done. This is a serious, serious, major change. The other thing is you're trying to implement a policy. We have a whole, and I didn't try to put it up here, we have a whole IT policy that we followed those 3 months of cutting the cord and standing up our own equipment. Commissioner Chapin agreed with me. I followed everything to the T, didn't I, Commissioner? That's what you told me on April the 6th.
What was it, sir?
In other words, I said that in doing this to stand up our own equipment, taking our data back. We own our own data. Nobody else has our data except we're still working through this deal with our attorneys with Quasar. But nobody, in other words, we took it all back to protect that equipment. And I followed policy to the T along with everybody else that did this. And you told me on April the 6th, I told you that, and you said, yes, you did it, you followed policy exactly. Isn't that right?
I don't recall, but I mean,
I do.
yeah,
Okay.
we've had that issue before with
And-
both
and-
of us.
and-
When is it gonna start to where we can talk? I mean, you're through,
Well,
because I don't
okay.
wanna offend you, because we can start with that right there if you like to.
Yes, sir. Go
Okay,
ahead.
that's not a policy. That right there, it says Anderson County Information Technology Committee, and what we've been asking you for was to, when we could form a committee to allow the entities that have anything to do with our IT services that need the demands of what they need, that they would all have some say or input. If they don't choose to send a representative to represent their office, that's their choice, if only 3 of them meet. Only statement you made about it is make sure we don't get too many, we don't want too many opinions. That was what you said in court. But when it gets down to where it says Commissioner's Court to still maintain operations, you are not taken out of that. You are part of Commissioner's Court. I didn't say Judge and Commissioner's Court, but Commissioner's Court as a whole is you, as us, all 5 of us. And if you remember the letter that Eric McGee sent you, I think that on the duties of elected offices and what we do, we could very well appoint you to that. You haven't been done that yet. And we didn't do with Robert the same, but we had a little more transparency with that and more things come to us. So we thought with now, that could be another agenda issue later. We can decide on who deals with them on a day-to-day, which would eliminate this quorum that you see keep saying that we have to talk together, or whether if we appointed Rashad, Kenneth, or myself, or Joey, either one of us to it on a day-to-day basis, that would eliminate the quorum situation. And we could do that any way you want to do it, but there's not been no transparency. You haven't brought to us anything about your hirees. You hired one guy, bragged on him on Monday, and had fired him the Friday before, and we didn't know anything about it. And you've hired new guys, we don't know anything about it. That didn't happen before. So we never had to designate one particular person to the duties of that day-to-day basis. And you haven't reached out to us with any investigations when you included other people.
Okay, hold on just for a second.
I didn't interrupt you. Let me
Okay,
finish
go ahead.
on day-to-day
All right, go ahead.
stuff, that you could be letting us know. You eliminate us from it. You don't take us into consideration on what we have to do. And it's our obligation whenever you make the call and we do get cyber threats or hacked in any way, you're going to bring it to us. And who's going to have to solve that then? Or who's going to have to agree to make the payments to do what we do? That'll be Commissioner's Court as a whole. So we need to be carried through the whole process as a whole partner in this thing all the way through. And I agree, we need to designate one of the Commissioner's Court to the duty, the same as what the paper said that Eric sent us on the notations on who is actually in charge of IT. And it falls under the directions of Commissioner's Court. So go ahead.
The IT policy we have in place places the county judge as the person that the IT department responds to now. The county judge has always, as long as I've known, and I took office in '99 and before, because I was JP for 8 years, the IT fell under the county judge. It makes sense. The county judge is in this office on a day-to-day basis. The IT responds to the county judge because he's actually in the system. I use the system. I got multiple programs that I use the system for. And I am the county budget officer, just like the other county judges before today, before I took office. They were the budget officers. They understand the budget. They're having to deal with budget issues, okay? But this is the thing. You say, I'm not communicating with you.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't been in my office since April.
I haven't. The last time I was in your office, you told me that I posted a threat to you. You said that I
never
was a
said
problem.
that.
I know you don't recall that.
I
You said
never-
that I carry
that's a
too much
lie.
influence,
Okay.
is what you told
No.
me. And
I never
you have
said
reached
you
out to me
posed
as
a
well.
threat to me, but I'll tell you this today.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you this today. Right now, my IT staff, and since last year, has been working in a hostile work environment. And they've already voiced that to me. Okay? And I see it. And I've got to stand up for my employees. Just like you would stand up for your employees. I'm not going to go out there and show up on a road crew, laying the road out there, and say, y'all put too much oil in that mix. Okay? I respect the fact that that's y'all's job. Right? Isn't that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
But having a committee for them to be able to get together to bring to Commissioners Court as a whole for recommendations, what is that a problem for? I don't understand that. I mean, it's not even,
we have formed committees of the people that are,
but if it,
okay, so let me ask you this, okay?
but if it
Why-
doesn't work, why does it matter if they don't get together?
If we're working on a camera system for the courthouse, why does every elected official in the county got to stop what they're doing and come to some kind of committee meeting? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, they don't have to. They can do it at their leisure, but I have other.
You got to have a quorum. You have to have a quorum of members. They fall under the Open Meetings Act.
I
You have
agree.
to post those committee meetings. You have to make sure that the chairperson has done that. It falls under the Open Meetings Act under state law. You can't just say 3 people. Your committee is comprised of a certain number of people, just like the bail bond board or anything else. We have to have an agenda. Judge Duran presides over it. He has an agenda that he puts out. He gives out information, and we have to vote on stuff. Elizabeth, you prepare the minutes. Is that correct? Okay, that's a yes. So, see, the thing about it is, we're doing things, you're responding to something. We don't have a problem in IT. There is not a problem in IT right now. We just hired this other fellow. He's smart, he's good, he's going to help us. We're responding and putting stuff on the making sure people have got what they need. They need some professional assistance with some of the subject matter stuff that they need, but they know what they need. I don't know what they need, and this court surely doesn't know what they need. They need to be involved in that process. It's just like the disaster recovery, the presentation that Tex made. What do y'all think? Do you think that took some time to go through all that processes for all those companies and see what they provide, put that together, and bring it to the court to make a decision on disaster recovery? That took a lot of time, okay? So let me read you this, okay? This is Judge Duran. He couldn't be here, and he sent me an email, and I asked him, do you want me to put this on the record? He said yes. He sent it to all the district judges too. He CC'd them. I understand that tomorrow the Commissioner's Court will take up items concerning the appointment of an outside IT firm. I want to go on the record supporting Mike and Tex. In my opinion, they have done an outstanding job keeping us up and running. They have always responded promptly to whatever issues we have had. I marvel at how well they cover the expanse of their responsibility. I have serious reservations that the additional expense of an outside vendor would improve things, and based on our past experience with outsourcing, would be surprised if things worsened. Wouldn't be surprised if things worsened. I don't know the terms of this proposal or what problem this is supposed to solve, which that's what I've got the same, ask the same question. It might be good to consult the department heads on the issue, the folks who actually have to deal with whatever is decided. Judge Duran. Teresa Coker's in conference. She sent me an email. I want the district clerk's office to be heard on this matter. I'm satisfied with Judge McKinney and our IT staff. Every time I've contacted either office, the email or office, my problem has been addressed. I don't think there needs to be a change at this time. Since I'm responsible for the Anderson County records, I would appreciate you considering my opinion. Teresa Coker, District Clerk. So.
Well, I'd like to hear you have a letter from everybody that's supported by IT, because
Well,
that's not what I'm hearing on the outside. There's a lot of departments that are not happy with the service they're getting.
And I'm not
And
gonna call
that's-
them out for sure, you know, I'm gonna just leave them. It's just,
Well, let's do this, okay, for right at the moment. If there's elected officials who'd like to speak on this topic, I'll give you an opportunity now. There's some other stuff, or I've got some other stuff we need to review. And we've got some consultants here or some firms here that need to make a presentation. Are y'all good with sitting and waiting just a little bit till we get through with that stuff? Because I'm trying to make sure that we cover everything, all right? Is that all right with y'all?
Be fine with me.
Okay, all right. So let me go back to the agenda. All right, number 18 is hear from Synergy Technology representative on their service and bid for full IT service for Anderson County, Commissioner Chapin, Commissioner Dixon. So, do y'all need a PowerPoint or anything?
I've got some handouts for you. If you,
Okay, all right.
I can provide a file if you'd like to put it up on the screen.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'll give him his. Thanks, sir.
Y'all give your name and who you represent so the clerk has that on record.
My name is Kenny Prince. I am a technology consultant with Synergy Technology in Tyler, Texas. This is my,
I'm Brent Hudson. I am a virtual CIO of our managed services group for Synergy Technology as well.
Y'all go ahead.
page. So we have proposed, was requested to propose a contract to provide IT services, complete IT services to the county, and have done that. I might add on that the proposal does not take into account that there might be one or more IT employees, that the county employees that might stay employed, that we would assess what that might mean to our contract. So this proposal includes us doing 100% of your IT. If you decide to keep an employee or two, then we would discount that based on the value of that to our contract. We anticipate that being at least a $3,000 a month discount on our services. It could be more. As you look at the sheet that's in front of you, it says fast facts about Synergy Technology. I don't want to take a whole lot of time here, but just some fast facts about us. We are 42 years in business in East Texas. We are the largest and oldest IT company. We have more than 15 city government and county governments that we do IT work for. We have contracts with entities that are as large or larger than Anderson County, and we provide services to them in a number of different ways, but most of them are, we are the complete ID department. City of Palestine, City of Elkhart, City of Frankston, right here in your own county, are customers that we provide that level of service to, including on-staff, on-site IT personnel. Part of that would be a portion of our proposal here as well, is that we would provide an on-site person unless you provide one of those for us to utilize. Some general broad categories that we, I might add, you had mentioned earlier, Judge, that DIR, we are a DIR CyberStar certified IT company here in the state of Texas.
Yes.
We are also 100% of our technical staff all the way up to our COO is CJIS certified, FBI background check, no felonies or any of those things. That is something that's just required by all governments. We service over 200 school districts in East Texas and Dallas-Fort Worth. We take care of numerous businesses, county governments, city governments that we work with. So we have a tremendous history in IT and at a very high level across a broad spectrum. Those 4 broad categories are technology consulting, design engineering and acquisition, installation and configuration, and systems administration. Again, we have over 20 CJIS certified technicians in our company, and we find some more good ones. We'll certainly add some additional staff as well. We provide network administration services. That's complete network administration services across the LAN, hardware platforms, wireless, firewall, whether it includes load balancing, content filtering, intrusion detection systems, WAN optimization platforms. We have the staff and the capabilities to do that on staff, in-house today. Our services include regular analysis, routine configuration changes, installation of patches and upgrades, as well as monitoring and alert notifications. So to address patching systems, we do that. Microsoft patching is something, we are a Microsoft Gold partner on almost every other platform, and on Microsoft Office 365, we are a Platinum partner. So we have done all the necessary things to be able to take care of your Microsoft solutions as well as other solutions. In working with cities and county governments across a broad spectrum of sizes and needs, we also are capable and have a relationship with police departments, sheriff's offices, and provide those services to them, including software support for the various software platforms. We understand, camera systems. We understand, the technologies that those departments uses, and we provide support on those 24/7, 365. We provide server administration services for a wide range of technologies included but not limited to full range of Microsoft server products, VMware, Hyper-V, and others that might arise. Other services including the management, patching, upgrading, and replacing server operating systems, associated hardware that it runs on, and the various software databases and remote access solutions that our customers require. We do desktop administration. Right now, if you were to do a desktop upgrade where you had 20, 30, 40, 50 computers, we have the staff that's capable of coming in and providing that replacement service for the county. We don't have to look to an outside vendor. We are able to provide that completely ourselves. Whether it's desktops, laptops, tablets, mobile devices, we administer all of those that are county devices as part of our contract. We provide a...
Just for a second. On your proposal, it shows quantity 120. That's where you're at right now. Is that like number of devices?
No, sir. That's a number of users. So...
like our users?
Your users.
Okay, so we have 220 employees and
Correct.
280 computers.
Correct.
So it says 120. So
Correct.
I just wanted to
Okay, let me clear that up for you.
I just wanted to give
Yes,
you
sir.
an opportunity
So
to clear that up.
you have a lot of employees. You have jailers. You have road crew that never use a computer or rarely use a computer. We do not count them as users. You have some that may use only email. We do not count them as users. So we have asked some questions and with both county commissioners and the sheriff's office to try to get an idea of what we would feel would be a fair number of users, what we would consider users. We take care of all the county's computers, all of the servers, all of the systems for the number of users that you have. We provide patch management on all of them. We provide the antivirus solution for all of them. We provide a system where we can come in and log into them remotely and be able to help those employees that are using them. So that's how our system works. We provide a ticket management system as well, where any employee of the county could submit a ticket depending on county policy, that will be responded to in a very timely manner. Our average response time to a ticket is less than 20 minutes, and we're able to resolve most. I was just looking at that statistic with our service manager last week. Our normal response time to resolution of a ticket is less than 2 hours. And that includes on-site as well. So we provide a very robust service. We are dedicated to taking care of it. The way we make money is to make you efficient and productive. We minimize the errors and we maximize the proficiency and the production of your systems, and we are a for-profit. The idea is that we're going to bring you solutions that work, and Brent here in just a minute will explain to you what his role is as the VCIO in this mix, and we facilitate budgeting and things like that as well. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so if we've got 220 employees and 220 users, and the quote is on 120 at $18,000.
Yes, sir.
That's going to change, correct?
It could change if you have more than what we feel are the 120 users. Now, we've done this a long time, and we have a lot of customers that do work for, as well as city and county government. So we feel like we have a very close handle on what we consider a user, a full-time user.
Where did you get that number, 120?
In talking to the sheriff's department and also the commissioners and how many total employees in the county, how many of them are on road crew, how many of them are jailers, how many of them are people that don't touch a computer 4, 5, 6 hours a day.
We brought him the number of each office, you know, who were in the offices, we just defined the offices for him when we reached out to the sheriff's department, because Kenneth and I just wasn't aware of how much of their staff actually hands-on computers daily. That was the only reason why we reached out to them to ask them to give us an estimated thought. But the rest we went off of the district clerk's office, how many employees, the district clerk's office, how many employees, the IT, the collections office, every one of them. So that's what we went off of.
So let me ask you a question. Have y'all talked to the IT staff about any of this?
I had one conversation with the IT staff when I came here last time and walked in.
That was when you came here last time. That was just
Have not had a conversation with them.
And so IT staff didn't reach out to you for any services, correct?
They have not reached out to me for any services.
Have you had any conversations other than the hallway with me
No, sir.
as an elected official over IT right now?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so go ahead.
So our history and understanding and knowledge of what we consider full-time users is not the way many IT companies do, because they would do it by device. But we, on this type of contract, do it by what we consider to be a full-time user. We provide a very robust ticketing system. We provide a very robust reporting system. There are management level status reports that we prepared monthly and monthly meetings.
And I've got that up there if you want to scroll, or if you need me to scroll, tell me.
I'm okay if you're okay with looking at
I just want
this
people
document.
to be able to see.
And I can provide additional copies for anyone that may want it here in the building.
Go ahead, I apologize.
So you'll be able to review work performed, network availability, help desk ticket summaries. You can actually, we have a login portal that you can actually log into if you're a designated person to do that. That will allow you to see where the status of tickets are. It's very transparent. We're all about transparency. We're all about long-range planning. We want the county to know that they're getting their money's worth out of our relationship. We provide engineering, planning, and design services for system enhancements, including installation upgrades of new or existing systems. We have the expertise to provide cybersecurity services, perhaps above and beyond what you're currently doing. And we have third-party vendor management that can provide some additional things that if it's something we can't, that is required by state law, then we do have third-party relationships that fully meet government CJIS requirements to be involved in your entity, to touch any systems that you guys are in. And we do that currently for a number of city and county governments, as well as school districts across the state. We will provide IT management services to prioritize, easy for me to say, the work effort, ensure project completion, and assist in short and long-term planning. We designate both a virtual CIO and a TAM, a Technology Alignment Manager, who will have an overall understanding and knowledge of the customer's network and maintain a regular cadence of business reviews and technology alignment audits. I'll just give you, for instance, in the city of Palestine, we have a tech that's here 2 days on site and that provides day-to-day service calls and work on systems. They have 180 users in the city.
Do y'all have overall on the city of Palestine?
100% overall.
100% IT?
Yes.
And you got 2 people that's...
One person that's here 2 days a week.
Okay, go ahead.
We also provide them our VCIO services. Brent is actually that VCIO for them. Essentially, I'm going to let him explain that here in just a second. Johnny Cooley is the TAM there, the Technology Alignment Manager. Every month he goes in, looks at all the service reports, and I'm going to step back and let Brent kind of explain his role and the role of the TAM, so that you haven't. He's done it for a very long time.
So as VCIO, it's the main role of that is to assist with strategic planning, budget planning, risk assessments, et cetera. The Technology Alignment Manager is more of an auditor, if you will. They have a list of 400 plus different areas that they're looking at, and they're going through to make sure that everything is meeting those requirements. And part of that is making sure that looking at CJIS requirements on a regular basis to make sure that there's nothing that could come out and jump out at you during that CJIS audit when it comes to being prepared for that, to making sure that you have those in place. My background, 13 years in the Navy, served during the Cold War, Desert Storm, all the works there. I did anti-submarine warfare, and then I worked for a bank after that, and I currently have an MBA in IT management. So as far as my qualifications to fill that role, we've got that covered for you as well if you need that information. We have a fully staffed help desk, as Kenny mentioned. So we've got that covered from that standpoint, get them taken care of as quickly as possible as issues come in. So.
Questions for Brent?
Yeah, I guess I'm confused because, I've worked with lots and lots of vendors over the years. And I've never seen it where somebody's proposing a contract, okay, for IT services, but they've never talked to our IT department. Did our IT department reach out to y'all for help?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking some questions. Did our IT staff reach out to y'all for some support?
Well, you have to take into consideration the position that we come from. You may not, well, no, but.
That's a yes or no answer. Did our IT staff reach out to y'all?
Judge McKinney, no. But let me explain,
All right, well,
let me explain how
Judge,
that
let me ask
process
a question,
works.
too. Since you brought that up, Judge, but let me ask this question. I think there's a lot of playing going back and forth up here too. Now, the commissioners need information to obtain to be able to be sufficient in doing their job on this table. They have to ask questions too to come up here to answer these questions that need to be answered to the best of their ability. So if one of them asks one of these guys a question, or anybody in the office with any of those companies, they had to do that to come up here to be sufficient for their constituents.
I'm not opposed to that. I'm trying to get some questions answered, and I don't have a problem with a commissioner can go reach out to anybody, and I'm trying to be respectful. I just wanted some answers to some questions.
So anytime there would be a consideration of a change of IT, whether it's an in-house IT staff or a outside vendor that might be replaced with an inside vendor, it's very rare that the new vendor would ever contact that IT department to ask questions to put them in suspicions, or that there would be, the possibility that their job is going away. So that's very common in our industry, to be asked to provide a solution, a quote, and proposal to senior staff that the IT staff is totally unaware of. very common in our industry. That being said, there is also the possibility that that staff may remain in place. And so in that case, there definitely would be conversations going forward, if that is the case, where we will have a relationship with the current IT staff that will be under our guidance as we provide services to the county.
So this would kind of be, if somebody in the district clerk's office is having a problem, then you'd have somebody that would virtually come into their computer to help them, desktop support, correct?
Correct.
To try to resolve an issue.
Correct.
Okay. Can you give me some examples? This is the thing. Our IT staff has been looking at all these different resources that they need, okay? The thing, I just can't understand how somebody would come with a contract without coming and sitting down with me or talking to our IT staff.
But what
Well,
you're
you
not
asked
understanding
for-
is
well, you
we
asked to bring
asked
the
them for
con-
that.
okay, that's
They
where I
did
was
not. They're not here. That we represent them today. If you've seen it was on the agenda from Kenneth and I. We spent weeks with this, and we're not having to go to our IT to ask. We're listening to the entities that are having the problems. We're not going to call them out because they don't want to be called out. So we're having problems and issues. 2 years ago, you weren't here. We had issues with our IT. We reached out for some help, and we got
who was
help.
that?
That was Quasar. That
You
you're
keep, Judge,
still got on trial.
hold on.
that they've
Mr.
been
Prince,
going.
Commissioner,
who asked
hold
you?
on just a second. No, you keep bringing up Quasar Day, Judge. Let me make one thing clear. You keep making things clear. When you said it to start with, we didn't know what Quasar represented.
That's correct.
You said that. We didn't. We hired them for a specific deal. Our IT guys didn't want to work with them. A lot of issues went on, but Quasar did help us. When the FBI, forensic, whoever looked into Quasar, did they find one speck of data that Quasar took from Anderson County and did something illegal with?
Tech did.
Let him
No,
answer.
they
Let him
didn't.
answer the
But
question.
during that meeting, we heard what you said. The commissioners listened. We did not know till that day. I walked in your office the first day you was here. I introduced myself to you. I gave you my phone number. You gave me yours. You did not mention to me anything about IT troubles. It was months later when it was brought to my attention that all this happened. We got rid of Quasar that day. This court did, let me finish, Judge, let me finish. This court did what it was supposed to do.
Yes,
You
sir.
keep bringing up Quasar and all this stuff. Quasar, yes, they had a bad representative, but they did nothing to Anderson County's data. You had it looked into indefinitely. Nothing was taken. I don't know why there's still a question in this. Yes, this court made a mistake. Yes, things need to be looked at for their hire. I understand that. But you mentioned yourself, you had a relationship with this guy before your election. You was unaware of what he was up to. So all that, in my opinion, straightened out. We got rid of Quasar. Y'all might still have an issue with some equipment. That's a simple thing that can be worked out. I mean, y'all can get that taken care of. Quasar does not have access to our data anymore. They're gone. But at the time, this court was going to find somebody to help these men with the IT. That was a direction we was headed as a court. You come in as the court is over IT. You're appointed, or I don't know when it was appointed, but you're the daily director of it. Nothing from IT has been bringing to Commissioner's Court. If something happens, Commissioner's Court is going to be held responsible for what happened. But nothing's being brought to us until after the fact. So we get rid of all these. You didn't bring us another company and say, here, we're getting rid of Quasar. Here's another company to help them. You changed the whole direction of IT without consulting anyone on this Commissioner's Court. And our direction was to get them some help, get a ticketing system, and help the people that are out here that rely on them, that come to us and tell us they're not getting the satisfaction they need. You seem to think 100% of the people using our IT department are completely satisfied. I'm here to tell you they're not. They're not completely satisfied. They're afraid to come forward and tell what's happening because they're afraid of what will happen. But they come to us and tell us that. That's all we're trying to work out. We want to get a solution to our IT department. Nobody's attacking you. You say we're attacking you because we ask questions. Well, we ask questions because we don't know to ask the questions till the situation comes up. We didn't know it was a situation because nobody told us. So we ask questions, and your response to that is you're being attacked. And I don't feel I've attacked you up to this point on any of these things just by asking a question, because I don't know.
Thank you.
And so I think, in my opinion, you took this IT in a completely different direction than what this court was intending, and yet you say we don't speak to you, and you know I came to you that first day, that you was here at 9 o'clock that morning, and spoke to you and gave you a number, but you never shared anything with me about IT. Well, I didn't ask you anything because I didn't know what you're planning for. I didn't know what you was doing because you didn't ever share it with me, so I'm assuming everything's fine, but...
And as I was stating earlier, I think, I looked on here, his name is Mr. Prince. Mr. Prince was maybe approached by Mr. Dixon and Mr. Commissioner Chapin to
Correct.
come in and try to help the county after or present something that will help us after we cut ties with one company. We cut ties with that one company under the direction of our new county judge, Judge Kerry McKinney. I believe we followed through, we worked with him. I believe that's the process why they came in the picture. You wanted to cut loose of a company we've already talked about that we didn't need to deal with anymore because of a guy. We got rid of them. Now they went out and looked to see if they could find some help, just like you were looking to see if you could find some help with Tex and Mike, just like I was talking to East Texas Council of Governments. Now, Mr. Prince is here, Mr. Hudson. The only two members of the court y'all talk to or anybody on the court are who?
That's correct.
Those two.
Correct.
Now,
I met Mr. Hill just in the office when I came to the last commissioner's report.
Yes, sir.
So,
So no quorum or anything has been
right.
broken because you've only talked with them.
Correct.
And I've been talking with East Texas Council of Governments because I'm on the COG. And they had went through the policy with me, and then they were pointing me in directions with other companies to bring up. But I knew all this was going on, so I hadn't even brought any of them into from the direction that I have been given, which I have a meeting on Thursday, and I was supposed to discuss it again when I got through with my meeting in Kilgore with their IT direction over there with companies to come into. I was just sitting down later waiting to see how far the county was going and what we were going to do before I say, hey, Judge, or I say, hey, commissioners, this has been recommended to me. Let's look at these companies. I think that them being brought to the table today was only because of everything that transpired to happen beforehand up until this point.
Well, say, how did we get from an audit when y'all came the first time to taking over a full IT support? How did we get from the audit to this?
Because just the roadblocks that are thrown up. You told us that day that an audit had been performed.
That's right.
Tax sent us an email saying no audit was ever requested. And we were just trying to see where our company, where our IT stood. You said there was a complete audit done. TAC told us there was never an audit asked for. The only thing that was asked for to look into some cyber, something happened.
Yeah, I've got it all right here. Get out. You mind now if I
No,
speak?
I don't
Okay.
mind at all.
I mean,
There was a forensic audit done.
yes, it was a
By the
forensic,
cybersecurity team
yeah.
To protect us on our side.
It was a forensic, yes, more an investigation from TAC. But the original thing, we went into contract with a company that got us to where we thought we needed to be. Then when we decided, or as the court over, decided to get rid of them, I did not, because we had a 30-day already paid in advance. And since that you had the forensics run, and you didn't answer the question a while ago, but Mr. Dixon did, Commissioner Dixon said there was nothing found wrong. That was why my statement that day was to let's stay in for the 30 days we've paid for to get prepared to change over to them or whoever, because I don't see how anything's changed that we don't still need help. So then when we disincluded that company and it was done, the statement you made to us, you said that I would get you 2 to 3 different names y'all can choose somebody from, and we can look through some other alternatives. Well, it's been 5 months. And 5 months now, there's been nothing done. So for 5 months, we're not protected. We don't have anything in place protecting our data. We put it over here, but it's still accessible.
We have our own data. And that's why we brought the disaster recovery to you at that last meeting. But I told them I don't want to make any contracts till we have a policy to use that language out of the policy to make a contract. And y'all all agreed with me that day because we had multiple things on the agenda. The disaster recovery is something that we need.
We do.
It was $68,000 is what it ended up being. And it was not 200,000 like we were paying the year before. And so, I mean, we were in budget, we saved money by taking all of our stuff back. The only thing is we wanted a storage for our data offsite a distance.
It has to
from
be,
here.
yeah.
So that way, if something happened, a catastrophic event happened here, that the data would be, and that, I mean, that's just, if you're running an IT system, that's just customary that you want to do that, isn't that right, Mr. Brent?
Yeah,
But
you would
have
want your
an
data,
So y'all probably have an
an off-
offsite
that's
that's not in
correct.
That's right.
Tyler where your office is.
Correct.
That is gonna be a disaster recovery,
correct.
okay?
Is
So-
that provided in that cost?
There is a portion provided in that cost. We don't know how much data you have, so likely that cost, but you've got it accounted for in your budget, as I understand, that you have disaster recovery in your budget. So we don't know exactly what the cost will be on a monthly basis for your disaster recovery, your backup solution. I might add to that disaster recovery system that we potentially believe that we would offer to you guys would be able to be spun up in the event of a catastrophic event. A server could be spun up in the cloud within about 30 minutes to an hour, and you'd be able to access all of your data in the cloud until we get the systems that are destroyed back up into good running order or replaced.
One of the things that, if there were, y'all talk about me not talking to you, you're saying that people are coming to you and having complaints. You haven't come to me and said, these people have complaints, this is what they want, this is what they, nobody's come to me about IT.
Well, they
Since
said
I've been in office.
they went to the IT people, and that's where they're not getting their.
Yeah, but I went to him, but he won't recall that whenever I discussed it with him in his office, he said that he thought that he had a great IT team, and I told him then that we didn't have the confidence in them then, that we was needing that third party, somebody to help it, and he disagreed with me. So if I went to him, you're still going to disagree with me, but I'm sure, do you not recall that conversation you and I had?
Oh, we had about an hour and a half.
Okay, so I mean.
And in that hour and a half, and this is why I have concern. This is why there's so much that happened that's made this court think that our IT staff is not doing their job. There's so many rumors floating around and stuff that people are saying that I've got to support these guys because I see what they do every day. But this is, okay, so you're remembering this, maybe you'll remember this in that conversation. You told me that Kathy found text on her computer, okay, and that she asked him what he was doing. And he told her that he was doing an update on her computer. And you told me that you went to the vendor, you went and talked to, I assume Kurt, because you said Quasar, so you had them go in, the vendor had them go into our IT system to find out what text was doing on Kathy's computer. That's a vendor. That tells me he has access to everything in our system if he can do that to spy on our IT staff. That's inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, if I said that, I never got that
Oh,
report,
you know
so.
you said it. Okay.
Well, I mean,
This is
I
what-
remember talking about it, but I don't remember the actual him coming back and giving me a report
and
on it.
what you told me is they came back and told you he was doing an update on Kathy's computer. So how many other elected officials in this county have they been in their emails, their computers? That is a threat as far as I'm concerned. If somebody's asking a vendor, if one of the elected officials asks you to go in and look at somebody's stuff, you wouldn't do that, would you?
Depends on, I guess it depends on what.
I mean, unless it was a violation
That's
of the law.
that's a
But if he
qualified,
called
there'd be
you
a
and
qualified
asked you that,
answer.
Or one of the qualified members called and asked you to do that, wouldn't you go in and look for him, sir?
We would do whatever we
Say
were asked to
IT
do
department or church.
with regards to what
even-
our contract states. I mean, if you've asked me to go look at employees' email,
Yeah, but just one elected official that's not over that department.
oh, not over that department.
But
If they're not over that department and they ask you to do that, would you do it?
If they're not over that department, no. But if it's a commissioner that
It's not
is,
over that department.
but he's over county business, isn't he?
Court.
Okay.
Chief
That's going to be
Executive
defined and
Officer.
designated by you guys. I'm going to follow your instruction.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's called micromanaging, okay? In other words, when people that are in this courtroom, the people on this court, that's where our authority comes from in making decisions. Outside this courtroom, I don't go out there and tell their people what to do, and they don't come in here and tell my people what to do. I'm not interfering with their job, and they're not shouldn't be interfering with what we're doing, okay? So that's what I'm saying.
But when you're talking about them looking, Tex told you and I that day that he spends hours looking and checking on seeing activities, that things that people are doing. Isn't that correct? I didn't figure that would work
We're
either.
familiar.
Remember that day that he was in there, he said he spends hours looking at going
We
in.
follow best practices.
Okay.
And the county and the cities that we work with designate
Let's let
people,
them finish
people
their
who are in
presentation.
authority.
Y'all go ahead.
And this is very common in, I don't want you, I want people here to believe.
Because you didn't expect all this, so.
No, I was
apologize
expecting perhaps that there would be some, I thought there might be a little bit of friction last time I was here, so I was prepared for there to be perhaps friction today. Within government, across federal, state, and local governments, it is very common for IT services to be outsourced to third parties. It's common. Qualified, sometimes perhaps unqualified people get access to systems that they take care of for governmental entities. We happen to be a very reputable, long-term East Texas employer, 40 employees that have taken care of every kind of business and government entity in East Texas and the Dallas-Fort Worth area that you can imagine. I stand here today prepared to completely take over the county's network, IT systems and services that's proposed in our contract, or on some lesser degree, whatever would be designated by you gentlemen, and we'll take very good care of you. We've got a reputation for doing that, and we've proven that not just in a couple of years, but in 42 years of service. So that's my presentation. If you have any questions.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next agenda item. Item number 19, hear from ECX Technologies representatives on support and services for Anderson County IT Department. And this is not a company that we're asking to come in here and take over IT. This is the IT department sought this company out along with others that they were researching to try to find out, what professional services they could provide for IT. In other words, it's kind of one of those things, you don't know what, we don't know what you don't know. But they're subject matter experts in trying to take care of our systems, and they were looking for, there's always something that you may not understand or you may need some professional services with, okay? So what they were doing is reaching out to companies just to find out, okay, we need some help with this, we need some help with that. So that's what ECX is not something that IT is proposing or I'm proposing to take over our IT department. They just need, like y'all said, a little bit of support. So they're here today to make a presentation too. Thank you, Warren.
Appreciate y'all having us here today. My name's Jeff Noble. I'm the Vice President of Operations and Business Development, and representing us as well as our owner, Keith Willis. Unique thing that today is 9/11. It's really interesting that we've been asked to come here on 9/11. One of the first things I felt like I needed to do, I looked through your proposed vendor policies and reading through them this morning, and you get to number 5, and it says the ABCs, the first word in every one of them is verify. Verify, verify, verify. And then verify again. And I think that's very, very important for y'all as commissioners and Commissioners Court to make sure that anybody you're talking with, you need to be verifying who they are, what they do. And so I want to give you a little bit of background about ECX Systems and at the same time our owner, Keith Willis. Keith has been in IT for over 30 years himself. He started out working for Dell Computers, and he was over their customer service department. And he went from Dell Computers and left and started a company in Corpus Christi, Texas, that is an ISP company. This was in the late 90s. The ISP, early 90s, yeah, early. In the early 90s, the ISP is an internet service provider. They're the people that you dial into to get the internet. Well, the internet was very, very new at that time. I was an ISP myself in 1994, which was one of the first ISPs in the state of Texas. And so Keith developed that company in Corpus Christi. They sold it, and he later went around the country, the entire United States, teaching other people how to get into the IT business and the ISP business. And so he started out in that genre. Here's a little bit of information about Keith. The thing that's unique about 9/11 and why I brought that up today is because for years, Keith went to University of Texas, and he had a friend at the University of Texas that kept calling him up at random times during his years and say, Keith, we got this IT problem. And Keith would hear the problem, then he'd turn around and tell him, here's the solution. One day, and it was after September 11th, 2001, Keith gets a call from this friend. He says, Keith, you don't know this, but I work for the CIA. And Keith didn't know that till that day. And he said, we need you. He said, what do you need me to do? He said, I need you to help us put together a team of technologists to come in and help us find who did this to the buildings, who did this to America. And so Keith took his family, they moved to Virginia and lived there 4 years. And he had a team of over 200 people that he led. He led. So from the CIA, FBI, NSA, all of these people put their money on Keith. He put his team together. They developed a software to track terrorists that is still being used today. And so to give you a little bit of idea, if you want to verify something, he's got governmental clearance, okay? It's not just, you get a hacker to hack. And this guy found the hackers. He's helped find the terrorists and helped shut some things down. He can't talk about it. I can because he told me this story. And this is about as far as the story as I know because I can't tell anymore because he can't legally tell us anything else. But that lets you know about him, all right? And so he started, after he spent 4 years realizing Virginia area is not the place to raise a family, he says, let's come back home. He grew up in Longview. He came back to the East Texas area, and for the last 15 years, he initially started ECX Systems, and that's what he's been running for the last 15 years. Now, what does that mean? We have hundreds of other IT companies. When you look at Keith, he is a senior master architect. Those just don't walk in your room every day. Those are very, very unique people. Very unique. They can take it to the extreme that many others can't take it. All right? And so the way he decided to develop his company was to bring it to a point to where his IT company, and he's going to hire high-level engineers that come from some of them come from the Army, some of them come from the Marines. And they've worked those technologies. They've fought cybersecurity and things like that as well. And he put together this team of advanced technologists that are what's considered level 3 and architect level engineers. They're not level 1. They're not going to be the ones that come and, oh, you can't hook up to your computer. They can do that. Oh, they're not level 2, which when you call your IT company and you put in a ticket, all right, your IT company will take your ticket, and then from that ticket, they'll work a few things remotely. These guys can do all of that and then some. If you need a data center, we can build a data center. You need complete security in a data resource recovery center. We've got that, and we can develop that. We can build it. You need someone that can engineer a server from top to bottom and then ship it to a company and they plug it in and it works. That's what we do. And so we're a very, very high-end IT company. We kind of summarize it in this way. We're an IT company's IT company. Other IT companies that contract with other businesses, other government entities and things like that, they call us when they can't figure stuff out. Well, we've recently reached out by a few counties, a few hospitals, and some oil and gas companies and electrical companies to say, hey, can you help us directly? Because we normally, what we've done, we've gone through other IT companies to solve their most extreme problems. And so since we've taken on some local ones, we decided let's go ahead and reach out and have direct customers that we work with. Now, our direct customers stem from Maine to San Diego, from Portland, Oregon to Miami, Florida, including Hawaii. So we have some IT companies across the nation that we help, and we have direct customers across the nation, more recently in East Texas, and that's why we've decided to branch out. And so we have over 23 employees. We have, I believe I mentioned the level 2, level 3 engineers. We support over 500 companies across the nation, and we have 100 direct companies. And those direct companies, you can see the list of them down at the bottom. States, we work directly with some states, counties, hospitals, universities, oil and gas, as mentioned, law firms, CPAs. Now, let me tell you, if you want to know who scrutinizes, try working with a CPA firm. You know, because they have what's called SOC 2 compliances. We have companies that have SOC 2 compliance. Now, what is that? Compliance, to some levels, means one thing, and then there's SOC 2 compliance, to where SOC 2 compliance goes beyond the forensic accounting that you just mentioned earlier. And so I want to give you all a level and idea of who we have here in East Texas and understand that if you want to verify, we're totally open to that, however you want to take it. And I'd like to introduce now our owner, Keith Willis.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff. Hello, gentlemen. My name is Keith Willis. I'm the president and owner and a little bit of everything, chief bottle washer of VCX Systems. That's me. I want to talk a little bit about why we're a little bit different. When we came into this, we were brought into this kind of situation. We met with the IT guys, interviewed with them, visited with them a little bit, talked to them at length about what they do, what their day-to-day job looks like. And really, we were brought in to kind of help, kind of see where they stand, what they're doing every day, you know, where they're weak. And I've seen a lot of back and forth today between all you gentlemen. It's really interesting to see up close. I don't usually get to see this part of it. Normally, I'm on the backside, you know, building things. And I told my wife, I said, if I lived 100 years ago, I'd probably been a bridge builder. Wouldn't have been in the IT business. So it's quite different to step up here and see the difference. What I will say is these guys did a fantastic job, by the way. And coming in and trying to propose a end-to-end IT security solution for somebody that handles all the data. Would you get my water for me, please? That handles all the everyday, you know, day in and day out. That is very, very difficult to do. And we do that also. So we have some end-to-end that we do. It's a completely different kind of relationship than what we do with the tier 3 kind of augmented support. So for example, when we come in with a tier 3 augmented support, we call it co-managed. So our goal is to effectively come in, look at what they're doing, how can we help them do it better, and then providing a much higher level guidance and really make these guys the rock stars. So it's a completely different kind of sell than what these guys are doing, which is like, hey, let me come in and kind of take over and kind of run everything. Really two different worlds. We do both of those, so I can talk intelligently about both of those. And if you don't mind, I'd like to actually do that a little bit. So when you start talking to these guys, they have a very, and we do this too, we have a very kind of baseline mission critical idea, right? You've got people in the field, you've got people with computers, they've got day-to-day problems, we're trying to solve these day-to-day problems, I'm not getting the help I need at the level desk because you got 2 guys and they can't answer the phone calls, there's too much going on, we're not getting where we want to be, right? That's very, very common. So it's not unusual to have an augmented help desk group that comes in and does just that part of it. What gets really uncommon is when you try to take these guys out of the equation because they've got knowledge that's specific to you. So when we come in and we take it over as a third-party company, and we're at the tier 3 level, we're looking at that through that lens. We go, okay, these guys have got special skills. There's things that they know you don't know. There's day-to-day things that they're doing every day that you guys have no idea what they're doing. And to get to just replace them or to train them out might be a year's worth of training. It's absolutely incredible, some of the things they do. And you don't realize that. So when there's pain coming from the bottom, the immediate kind of result is, oh my God, let's get somebody else in here to kind of take over and augment. Where secondarily, what you really need is kind of a combination of both, right? You need the on-premise guy, you need some extra hands that you can bring in for the third-party things, and then you need people like us who come in and say, okay, look, there's things that you're doing at a very high level that you're probably doing good enough, or things you need to be able to do. There's a technology that maybe you don't know very well, or maybe there's a larger goal that the commissioner's court has that they'd like to achieve, right? So we come in and we step in and help you kind of pave that road and make that way, right? We do everything from cloud to, like I said, mentioned data center, connectivity, technology. I was talking to the guys earlier that they'd spent a lot of time investigating this DR system, for example, right? I can tell you I've done a lot of those, and it can be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of work to go through that work to come up with what the right solution is. And no vendor meets 100%. Nobody. They're all like 80, 90% of what you need, and then you got to kind of backfill with your team that remaining 10%. That's pretty standard. And so the level of effort they went through is pretty good. And the company they picked, fantastic. A little bit on the higher side price-wise, but for what you need and for what they do, it's a good choice, right? And so that's what happens. People come to us all the time to kind of vet that. Okay, we've got these 3 vendors. Which one's good? And I can say, oh, we've got 20 customers of this vendor, and I got 30 customers that have that one and 25 that have that one. And I said, one of the reasons we're really good at IT is not so much because we're in IT and I've been doing it for 30 years, or because all my staff, and I've got really good staff and we've trained them up and they do really well. It's because we kind of sit at this really unique nexus. We have this ability to see what all these other companies are doing, what's working for them, what's not working for them, and then ultimately help our existing customers. And one of my favorite stories to tell is at a Fortune 500 company. It was back in November last year, and they wanted to adopt Teams, Microsoft Teams. Sounds like it's really pretty trivial, right? We're just going to put Microsoft Teams in our organization. It's very, very trivial. Well, I was at the same exact time, we were working with a company with 1,500 employees that was deploying Teams the month before. Microsoft was having a data center problem that they weren't publishing to the rest of the world. And Teams was like down for like this part of the country. And they were having all these problems getting end users deployed onto Teams, just to do basic Microsoft Teams, right? They should just work, right? I have it on my desk, it's on my phone. And we had, and when I was talking to the Microsoft people directly, and I'm working with them directly, they're like, yeah, we don't want anybody onboarding right now because this is terrible. And the company, the other Fortune 500 company that I was dealing with, they had a go live date for the first of the month, the following month, which was not going to work because Teams was down. And so I called the Microsoft guys and said, hey, will you guys have a quick conference call with my other team and tell them we need to push this off till January? And they said, yeah. So we all got together and laid out a strategy for moving these guys from a November 1 release date to a January 1, or technically it turned out to be February, release date for Teams for their organization, because we were talking to everyone in the mix. We were staying connected, talking to people, having that conversation. So I think it's a really critical thing to understand when you're dealing with IT. The parts are moving all the time. They're extremely complicated. They're extremely complex. No one has a one-size-fits-all, including us, and we're very, very good at what we do. But what we can do is create plans and systems to work together with each other and come up with larger, solutions that kind of fit the full gamut of what we're trying to do, right? And really, after listening to all this, Judge, would you indulge my opinion as a professional on this for me to kind of what I see watching you guys? So kind of what I see here is, in a lot of solutions, when I see these kinds of, give and take, right? There's a lot of information you guys want from the IT team that you're not getting. And I would argue that most of the time that's the reason, because usually the IT director has kind of a split job. And when I was talking with Tex, I was talking about kind of like how his duties are split. And the reality is about 50% of his job really should be talking to all of you, right? There should be like reports and things that happen. But because of all the other duties that are on his plate, that 50% can't happen. So there needs to be kind of almost a reworking of how some of these things are done, right? And talking Mark, right? A lot of things.
Mike.
Mike, oh, so Mike, sure, thank you. A lot of things that he's doing are real server facing. He's doing tons and tons of server facing type work, right? Which these guys aren't technically going to pick up, or we wouldn't even if we had a month-to-month contract with you guys, right? That's just his full-time in and out. You guys work with a company product called Odyssey. And whenever they push updates, it's very manual, very time consuming. It takes lots and lots of time for your team to do. Well, when they're doing that, they're not fielding tech support calls, right? And when he's making reports for you, you can't field tech support calls. So I think there's this mix between you need a high-end team to help you because you really need somebody who can see the bigger picture on things, the security, the larger things other counties are doing, even Fortune 500 companies are doing that you're not thinking about, right? And cybersecurity is a big one, and I could talk about that for like 3 hours, so I won't waste your time because I could talk about that for a really long time because most people aren't spending the time, energy, and money on cybersecurity that we should. When I was in the government, I worked with CIA and NSA, 50% of our budget dollar was security, 50%.
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You brought up that Mike has a lot of his time with Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, he does work with a lot of products and everything that we use.
Yeah.
So with that being said, just like Odyssey or take a company like they've talked about earlier,
Sure.
Tyler Technology. Those companies provide product support.
They do.
But you have to pay, say, $4,000 for the year for that support. In your recommendation, what would you recommend to a county like us with a company like Odyssey or Tyler Technology? Would you recommend us having product support and paying that $4,000 for them to come in and help us, or call them, or have someone come in on the backside?
Yes, that's a fantastic question. So 99% of the time, when you're dealing with third-party vendors who have a custom product, you want their support.
Thank you.
Period.
Do we have Tyler Technologies product support at the moment? We do?
We pay.
I know, but how much do we actually use?
And we actually use them on a regular, and we actually have once every other week, meeting with Tyler Tech to get projects and things working.
Yes. Do we ourselves specifically call saying you and text, or will we allow Mark, if he had a problem in his office, call Tyler Tech
But it
and
all
work up?
depends on each of the departments.
Mike, why don't you come up here to the mic, so,
Yeah, you can.
just for a second. But, cause I got a question or something, because I know the commissioners say that, or they're hearing that there's things that need to be done, okay? They've got the opinion, there's things to be done that aren't getting done. And they're hearing some of that evidently from some of the elected officials. A lot of things we do is with Tyler Technologies, correct? So
We have three Tyler Tech products, Odyssey, Orion, and Encode, and we deal, CAD, I forgot about CAD. So we actually have 4 Tyler Tech products, and we actually deal with their tech support line that we pay fee to every year, and a stipend to, because of course they have to charge us for it. I can't remember what that is. Every year we approve it amongst all 3 products.
Do they offer end user support direct? Actual end user.
Well, if it deals directly with Odyssey or
That's where I was
Orion
getting
and
before.
with Encode, then yes, they can contact Tyler Tech and get that kind of support.
The end user support.
But majority of the time,
We don't do it, right?
we actually have to help them because most of the time they're trying to do something that they're going to need a major upgrade to in order to get it to work.
Yes.
Most of the time when Tyler has to help an individual user, depending on what the problem is, what they'll say is, in order to help this user, we need you, IT, to verify that it's installed this way or that there's not this problem here. Well, and because they want to push off the problem to us, not talking negatively about them, just typically speaking, in order to clarify that it's their problem, they have to make sure it's not our problem. So we wind up working together.
But before, when we was having the first issue, that was one thing Mike said, that going in with a third party, that Tyler Tech was not being very cooperative, couldn't do it. You said something about that this company would be the bulldog for us.
When we were having going through the upgrades, yes, they were very hard to work with because they were wanting extra equipment that was not needed. And that's, again, where we look to a company like what we're looking at that would actually be able to say, oh, no, you don't need a load balancer for that, which we didn't need a load balancer. We didn't need to spend $5,000 with annual updates and maintenance for what we did. We got with the outside vendor. The outside vendor actually looked and said, oh, we can actually do this virtually. And they came up with a DNS entry that would actually make it to where both those app servers could be used at the same time. And they were able to go ahead and get the correct solution that we needed. But again, I would not have known that because I don't know load balancers. And again, I don't know some of the higher functions of dealing with multiple servers and having that one targeted, which was what Tyler Tech was trying to force us to say.
And see, that was my biggest thing with wanting to help get some help for y'all. Because there's some things where you probably don't know. Just like in the field, whatever I do, there's going to be some things I know I have to lean on somebody for some help, or I might need an extra hand at a time. I understand that in life.
Well, it's just like,
I mean, we do, I don't think I've deployed 10,000 load balancers, and it's probably not even exaggeration. Use an example, but those are what we do, right? We build data centers and large-scale infrastructure, and that's kind of been our go-to and kind of our, Jeff mentioned we're IT to other IT companies, right? I have over 500 customers that are what we call MSPs, which are typical managed service providers who do their day-to-day stuff. Well, the typical MSP, if you look throughout the country, tends to hire pretty much people fresh out of school. They might have 1 or 2 years experience. They tend to have like maybe one specialist guy. That guy never gets a vacation, right? And maybe it's the owner. And most of them will scale up to say 15 or 20 employees, maybe whatever. And the problem is that, then they're stuck, right? I've got all these dental offices and these counties and all these different people that I'm working for, but I can only do so much. And that one guy needs a vacation, right? So they bring us as an augment, and they'll pay us a monthly contract. We'll do co-manage with them. That guy gets a vacation, so we can take on the events.
Move closer.
Yeah, is that better?
Because people can't hear you in the audience.
No problem. I'll
need
try
to
to
make sure
project
it's
a
on
little
the
bit more. Try to project a little bit more. So when you start talking about IT on the whole, there's so many different pieces that it's hard to kind of really understand where the lines are, right? I always make the joke we're in charge of the thermostats and the coffee makers when they don't work, but we're also in charge of writing policy. We're also in charge of security auditing. And those lines have gotten blurrier and blurrier. I had a customer call us the other day, and they're like, hey, Microsoft has just issued us a license audit, just out of nowhere. I don't know if we're compliant. Okay, well, we'll do the audit for you. You do that? We kind of have to, right? And if your coffee maker's broken, I'll fix that too. Right? And that's kind of what's happened with IT. We're doing compliance, we're doing security, we're doing licensing, we're doing inventory control, right? We're doing all these things, and then people forget. I was just talking with Tex about your makeshift streaming. He had to get on a ladder and mess with this camera to get it to work and mount it up there, right? Your contract, I'm not going to do that. Your contract IT house isn't going to do that, right? You're either going to have to go get a bid to some cable company who's going to come out and charge you $350 to mount that camera, or you're going to have to lean on your local guys, right? So there's a little bit of give and take across all of the framework that has to be considered. I think the most important thing is to get these guys the resources they need, and then in turn have a more meaningful conversation about the desktop support services that maybe your end users need. We have a package that does that too. Nobody asked us. We could have done something for you too, right? And they're going to be different. So you should probably have 3 desktop support people come in and talk to you, because each way they do things is a little bit different than the way we do it. Our model is more full service handheld, right? We're not really the kind of group where we're going to come in and give you, you're just going to call this number and then you're going to get tech support on the other line. That's not our model. Our model is very much concierge. All right, we're the high expensive Hilton Hotel. All right, you're going to come in, the concierge is going to tell you what the best restaurants in town are. We're going to give you that guy. He's going to come visit with you on a regular basis. And then we're going to make sure we build the appropriate plan with these guys to do a full end managed, co-managed solution. Completely different model if we're end to end, right? That's not what Synergy's doing. They do a good job, but that's not what they're doing. We're just a different product. On the high-end side of the house, though, we offer a full complementary co-manage. I've got a company in, you've probably maybe heard of Ultimate Electric in San Antonio, right? We're co-managed with them, for example. They got 4 IT guys. They're all pretty capable. And then they've got 2 guys that run around and do just to help desky, go hook up printers and plug things in, right? They got 2 of those guys. And we co-manage with them. We all their advanced cloud, their advanced security. When they run into something they don't know how to do, they call and they escalate. There's databases. Nobody knows how to, they're not database people, right? They're not VMware people, so they call us for those things. So they pay us like, I think it's 20 hours a month. And I think we pitched you guys for today, I think we pitched you 10. Did you guys get a proposal from us? Yeah, I think our plan was like,
bringing it, please.
yeah, I think our plan was basically.
Where's the paperwork?
Yeah, I was gonna say, so our plan was to just gotta give you guys 10 hours, right? 10 hours a month for augmented support, right? And that can be used however you want. That can be proactive, reactive. Yes.
Everybody get one?
You guys got it?
Okay.
Yeah. So it can be proactive or reactive. What's the idea? What's the difference between proactive and reactive? Proactive is texting them or like, hey, these are things that are really important to us, but we don't know how often they need to be done, and we just need somebody to look after that thing for us, right? I've got a company, for example, it's got they got 24 firewalls in Houston, spread across all of the Houston Metroplex. And they just went, look, our guys don't have time to mess with firewalls. We want you to take 4 hours out of every month that we work on it and use that time and just work on our firewalls. That means we do all the rules, all the security, we do audits, we do the reporting, we do the updates to the firewalls on a regular basis, and then they just pay us for that out of their 10 hours. That means the other 6 are for reactive hours. And reactive is, I've got a question, this thing is happening, I don't know how to do that. And every contract we give you 1 hour with me every month, which is kind of silly, but I like that hour because it allows me to sit down and talk to every single person at no cost to my client base and figure out what the heck are you doing? What are you doing? Where's your money going? What are you spending time on? Well, I know other people, they're doing this. They're doing that. Let's talk about what you're doing. And that's something that I kind of insist on, that I get a chance to kind of talk to everybody and kind of see where they are. So that gives me a really unique insight into business owners all over the country. I get to talk to business owners, I get to talk to Fortune 500 board members, I get to talk to the mom and pop dentist guy, I've got a Tyler Neurosurgical as a customer, so I get to talk to the brain surgeons, right? So it really gives me a pretty good idea of what's going on out there. What are people doing? What's successful? What's not successful? And then we try to bring that to help you guys kind of augment what you're doing. So on the whole, that's kind of what we were doing. So I don't know if 10 hours is enough. It's a good start. Most groups your size, I would probably see in the 20 to 30 hour range for what we do. But you kind of got to start somewhere because you kind of got to get to know each other, figure out where everything is.
And you have 2 sheets. One is from now or October until the end of the year, and the other is all of next year.
Right.
That's what those are.
Right. And those are just to give you somewhere to start.
So let me understand these.
Sure.
And so the commissioners understand too. So you're talking about 10 hours a week?
10 hours a month.
A month, excuse me, a month?
Yep.
Okay, so the quote for that would be $12,350?
Through the end of the year.
That was for the.
No, that was for the whole year. $12,000. That would be.
No, that's for the end of this year.
That was for the end of the year?
Yeah,
through the end of the year.
To the end
October,
of the
And
year.
then the other one
Is all of
is
2024.
$29,640
For 2024.
Right.
for the
The entire
entire
year.
year.
And I think that's an important. So here's what happens with IT. You end up in these boats, like you guys even alluded to earlier. Something's not quite right. I've got this thing, and I don't really know where to go with it. We get companies who call us up all of the time from all over the place. Hey, this is what's going on. Well, if they did the research to solve that problem or find that thing, thank you, that's better. If they did the research to solve that problem or find that thing, they might spend 30, 40 hours on the research. Most of the time, we've already done that research. So they call us up, it's a meeting, it's a 30-minute meeting or a 15-minute meeting or it's a quick email. And the way we're geared, if they send us an email with a quick question, we don't charge you. That's not our model. If they call and say, hey, we need a 30-minute meeting with you via Zoom, then we charge you the 30 minutes. We built 15-minute increments. It's super simple, easy for everybody. Everything we do is written up and reported on. You get an account manager that gives you reports for everything that we do. You can look at those reports at any time, call us up, get a copy of the report. It's very straightforward, very simple. Go ahead.
When were you contacted by Anderson County to anything?
I think we reached out to you guys. Yeah, I think it was us. Yeah, we reached out. And I think our model was appealing, the fact that we were kind of an escalation.
I think I made a call to the IT department a month, maybe 2 months.
Yeah, we made the initial call to we were just calling randomly different counties. And there's we've run into some that have had cyber attacks. One not too far from here had a $250,000 cyber attack not too many years ago. They brought in an entire team. They keep it all in-house, and they've developed a great
Well, I think
and
that
we'll be helping them soon.
what y'all presenting is what we've been talking about the whole time.
Exactly.
And that's
Exactly.
what we've been talking about since 2 years ago, is having
Right.
somebody to come in and help support these guys. But we was getting nowhere with it, and here, like I say,
Understand.
y'all are just bringing this to us today. But when you said something about getting rid of our IT guys and bringing in, that, you can ask them, that was not talked
Never the
about.
goal.
We was not talking
That's
about
good. That's
eliminating our IT positions. 'Cause
You're looking at a help desk augment.
We're
like,
looking at
like
something
he
to
said,
help.
there's so much intelligence there.
There is so
Yeah,
much.
and that was, I
wanna
mean,
keep
them gentlemen can testify that.
And you
that
need
it
one
was
chief.
not.
And that's why I asked you about end user
Yeah.
support. And that's our problem we have here from what I've seen by sitting here
Yep.
and listening to
You just
all
need
the
a help
problems
desk
we've
for
had.
that.
End
But
user
there's ways to
support.
solve that problem. You can do it with a couple of on-site guys that are help desk if you want to keep it all in-house, that's an option. Or you find a really good third-party partner who fits your model, right? You all work together and interview and find that model, right? So that you can do both of those things together. That's all perfectly legal.
Getting back to how to initiate it, Peyton made a call. We got a hold of Tex, just randomly. He visited with us, said, "Hey, I think we might like to hear more from you guys." We came to town, we met with them, and we talked
Let me
about
ask a
what we
question, you
do.
didn't meet with me until
We did
just
not.
the
No.
last week
No,
or so.
no, we met with Tex. We
I
said,
hadn't even
"Here's
talked
here's
to
what
you
we
until-
do,"
okay.
much like what Keith is going through today, how we augment support, and then that was it.
And I think Tex brought us to
Then-
the
then
judge, right?
Tex- We set another meeting up. The judge was at the meeting, and so it was not orchestrated by any means. It was initiated by us. So we're calling, I'll just tell you, we're calling all of it.
And
We
we're
work
kind-
with Smith County.
And we're kind of rare,
Yeah,
right?
We do this
I
with
was gonna
Smith
ask
County.
you.
Yeah, we do Smith
Who are
County,
some of your
Chambers.
users or potential users maybe that
Yeah,
y'all?
We do
Chambers,
some county
Anahuac.
hospitals
Yeah.
and things. And
Smith
so-
County Sheriff's, or Smith County?
Yeah, Smith
total?
County, we've had a contract with Smith County. So we did their run book back like 2010, I think it was. We came in, audited the entire county, and gave them an operating manual that looks like this, if you've ever seen it, end to end. We did everything end to end for them. Matter of fact, if you ever attend a meeting with them, sometimes they bring it. But that run book has got everything in it. So the run book's basically kind of like a guidelines for operating IT, right? It's got pictures of all the closets and all the inventory, who to call if there's a problem, the vendors and, serial numbers. I mean, network diagrams, anything you can imagine runs in this run book. So it's the Bible for operating IT. And if you go to Smith County, they have them on the book. We built that for them. And under Harvey Tanner, we had a contract with Smith County for years and years and years as augmented IT support for a very long time. He retired. The new guy came in and took over. Was it Don, I think, that took over?
No,
it was somebody else.
somebody between.
So somebody else took over, and he's like, no outside help, and shoved us out the door. And then Don Bell came in and took over, and now we're working with Don Bell again. And then we're doing a project right now with FCIC and federal government to do some like investigative things. We're helping them build their Microsoft tenant to do integration for cloud work and CGIS compliance and things like that. So, there are some compliance things that we're dealing with that are pretty.
And I don't think we mentioned that all our employees are HIPAA compliant, PII
Yep.
compliant.
So everybody gets a background check, right? Full end to end. This is where my CIA spook days kind of get to me. I'm a little bit crazy, so I investigate everybody kind of the nth degree. We pay for that. We do that. Nobody works for me in any position if they haven't been fully background checked and fully vetted. That's just because I'm crazy. So we do that end to end. And then all of our IT people, if you're not familiar with the account, you don't touch the account. Okay, so you can't just call in randomly and say, I work for such and such company. And even if you are authorized on the list and you get an IT guy and they're like, hey, log into this thing. If you don't know that system, we don't let you in there. And that's because there's knowledge, so you need to we have handoffs internally to make sure that the people who are working on the systems know the systems. That's the most important thing to take away. So security is important. The way that everything integrates is important. The people that are involved in what they do and what their positions are critical. So anyway, hopefully this is good information. Any more questions for you?
Okay. I sent a message, I needed one a while ago, so I don't know if you shared.
Drink delivery.
I drink first, then I'll.
You're good, I'm good.
All right, so our proposal's simple, augment, help you guys out on kind of a universal level for the heavy lifting things that need done, security, compliance, the complex technical issues on a day-to-day basis. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, and it could go beyond that. If we want to set up initially, hey, look at our system, tell us what we need, tell us how we can work, maybe put a plan together how we can communicate. We can be about that.
Yeah, and if there's a larger help desk issue at play that you want to talk about, we can talk about that too. We can even help you find a company if that's what you're looking for. So whatever you really need to vet a lot of different angles to make sure you're getting the right thing. And if you really want to do this right, we would have a sit down and have an interview session with every single stakeholder, which are all the department heads of all these different groups. I'd be happy to facilitate that. But basically, we sit down, we just visit with them. What are your needs? Where are you falling down? What's your workday look like? What's your workflow look like? Then we come up with a game plan that says, this is the kind of company you need, and these are the things they need to do.
And we understand different departments, like you have tax assessor, collector, the sheriff, every one of them.
Everybody's
they
got
have
different,
certain systems
all
that
different.
they work with through the state, through the national government, and we work with all of those, and you know how to work with and make the system work together with.
We're working on an Encode thing for the sheriff's department now on their UCR board, so that's something they've been working on for over a year, maybe.
And we also obviously purchase equipment, and we get discounts because we purchase so much equipment.
True.
So,
Well, in this vendor policy, y'all seen it, we're looking at vendor policy today. It states in here that any of your employees cannot be delinquent in any taxes or payment or any taxing authority in Anderson County or the state. How would you verify that to us? Or is that something you could verify to us that any of your employments don't
So the
owe any back
employees would be hard
taxes?
for the state, since there's not a state mechanism on that. So usually it's the company. Does it say employees?
No, it says employees. You can't.
That's really hard to do.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Well, that might need to be a change.
Yeah, we should
Yes,
probably
that's
change
what I
that.
said last time.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, easy for the company, right? It's easy to
Just
look at
change
the
the
company.
wording to the company.
Yeah, it should be the company instead of the employee. That'd be really hard on us, and just in general. But
Okay.
I mean, that was brought up earlier about the previous.
I didn't even catch that earlier. Good catch on whoever caught that, because I didn't catch it. And I read that thing a couple times. Now, most of the other
Which number is
pieces,
that one on, Ken? What number?
now, all the pieces
It's on
regarding
page 2,
the,
under 6, number J.
You okay?
yeah, it just says not to be, it doesn't say employees too. Yeah, vendors or entities. It doesn't talk about employees. So I guess you could clarify that to make sure it's the company. That's the IT vendor. Good. Anything else I can help with? Was this helpful?
Yeah. Where's the top of that?
Does it say employees?
I'm looking.
Nah,
at-
it says
it's not
IT
on here,
vendors
but-
and entities.
So that would be the company, not the employee.
That's how I would
Yeah.
interpret it.
Yeah, but you should, I think he's saying specify
It says
company,
vendor.
not employee.
IT vendors or entities, number 6 at the top. Doesn't call out employees.
It doesn't say employees on
It
it.
says the company itself. So I think we're okay.
Yeah, you're looking at the policy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got the one.
So that looks all right?
Which, IT vendors or entities. You're talking about the company, so that makes sense. Yeah, and I think that actually this is very well done. I got a chance to read through this. In my professional opinion, this is very, very well done. This one here. Very well done. I've seen a lot of these. I've seen some that are 20 pages, and I've seen some that are 1. This one this does a really nice job of meeting.
So let me ask a question. Because of the commissioner's concern, y'all would be willing to
Oh, there's nothing in here.
sit down with elected officials
Oh, yeah. For sure.
and, so that you're meeting their individual needs. That's my
Oh, happy
concern,
to.
is because everybody's got different needs.
They all do. Happy to. I mean, that's something we normally do.
And that would be with probably, I tell you,
Nope, yep. So normally what we do is we grab one of them, we go and we have a meeting with whoever. If they don't want to have the IT people there and they don't, just for some reason, that's fine too. But we do an end-to-end meeting with them and kind of figure out what's going on. We try to, half the battle is understanding the workflow. What does their day-to-day look like? What are you dealing with? And what's a fire to you, right? I mean, if something's going down for somebody, what does that actually mean? You know, what does down mean for you, and what's the impact? And then and then building a channel to address that. More often than not, you find that it's pretty simple. If I can just have a way to solve this one problem when it comes up because this stops me from doing my job, and then I can move forward, you get pretty, and then we build a policy for those guys to deal with it, and that's usually.
But we get you 2 hours a week. What happens after that? Without me looking it up,
So we have an option of course to go higher, right? Obviously, you can buy more time than that. We also have the option to do, so with counties are weird because you guys budget annually. So normally what we do is we take your contract as a bulk of time, right? So if you estimate 10 hours a month, for example, right? But we do it through the end of the year, that's 50. Well, if we spend 20 of them in the first month and 5 in the second month, that's not uncommon for that flex to exist in the actual contract because we just look at it a total hour commitment across the contract term. That's how we do it. We bill it monthly because that's kind of what people want, so we show it broken out in that monthly.
And some of it goes beyond the 10 hours. We may look at it as a project and say, hey, we need to spend this time to work this specific thing to get this.
So it's not, so what he's talking about is projects. So projects we define as a fixed scope of things to do, right? So let's say Tex and them identify, we're trying to deploy this system, and oh my God, we think it's going to take us 60 hours to do. This is going to be this major deal. We'll come in for no cost to the county. We evaluate it. We meet with them. We look at it. That's our pre-sales. We give you up to 4 hours on pre-sales investigation. Is this actually going to? And you get a real engineer, right? A lot of times it's Josh on my team or Frank, who's one of my higher level guys. They'll come in. They do a full evaluation. Okay, this is what it's going to take. This is the level of effort. That goes as a full-on written scope of work, multi-page document. All my Fortune 500 companies want this. You guys would want it too. That comes to you. It's a fixed price. It's going to cost X amount of dollars to accomplish this job, and then you guys go, yep, that sounds good. Then we do the whole thing end to end. So for a fixed price. So we have that option for a lot of things. So what happens a lot of times when you deal with IT is you start taking on the day to day, and then something comes up that really is critical that needs to be done, and then it needs more hours than normal. So that's usually how we do it. We try to go into a project, or if it looks like the customer is needing more help on a longer term basis, we'll say, okay, we usually try to evaluate 90-day intervals. Okay, so 90 days, you guys clearly need 25 hours instead of 10, right? But we try to evaluate it with them and work with them. It has to be collaborative because you've got different skill levels at every place. Okay. In the stuff. So it has to be collaborative. Yes. And we report on everything like crazy, so you guys get amazing reports. So I hope that's helpful. So a lot of material. The kind of the step in for the advanced thing. Not a lot of companies do this, which is why they didn't just go find one. Right? A lot of companies that actually just step in and do high level advanced generalists work like this are pretty rare. I built this company because when I worked in the agency and then I worked in the internet service provider world, I would find that I'd get in the middle of these vendors, and vendor A be yelling, it's your fault, and then vendor B be yelling, it's your fault. The IT guy's going, whose fault is it? Right? And he's right there in the middle. And so what we would do is we would step in and say, okay, we know the vendors, we know everybody, and then we could kind of arbitrate and ultimately find out really where the solution is.
So basically, you would be like an IT consultant, but you would have some hands-on and some help with it if you need more help with things. And then not only do you recommend having a company help with our IT department, but you say there could be 2 or 3 at times.
So the trick to this is one cook in the kitchen. Right? It's really critical to have one person who's in charge of IT stuff.
Yes.
Right? Typically that falls to whoever the IT director is.
Supposed to be Mike.
Right, it's supposed to be Mike, right?
Yes.
So typically Mike would be that decision maker, right? He says, okay, you're clear to do this is your jurisdiction. You're clear to this is your jurisdiction. So for example, we come to co-manage a lot with other IT firms and they say, okay, well, you're the cloud people. You guys, we're giving you all the cloud work. We're giving you everything with Microsoft and AWS and cloud stuff. But then there's an on-site server group that just handles server group. Maybe they're a third-party company, maybe they're in-house guys. Well, they'll call us up. Server group's not doing their thing. Can you guys log in and just fix it real quick? Sorry, that's outside of our jurisdiction. Let's get Mike Let's find out, do you want us in there? Talk to those guys, because we're about to take their credentials from them and do this thing. Are we allowed? And is everybody get mad at us, right? And then we can step in. But the one cook in the kitchen is critical. The minute we start trying to bring 3 vendors in to do the same job, we're creating.
It's gonna mess it up.
Yeah, because now you really gotta have that one director. That is so critical.
And see,
I think it's important for that one director to have someone they can feel confident in and trust.
I think,
In consultation.
I think our history, and I'm pretty sure Mike can kind of help me with this, but I think that's kind of been a problem Anderson County's had, right? We've had companies come in and you feel, or not you, whoever was there, somebody before you, they were trying to take over and do more of your job or something, right? And that's when the blockades and everything begin, and that's where we had the trouble.
Yep.
And I think
And
that's
where
what
you'd
the
have been
problem's
having
got the court, that's where the court is in this problem today.
Yep.
We
That's where
haven't
you'd
come
have
up with a solution, and we're looking for a solution.
You know,
Yeah.
our main goal, I'm just saying, one of our main goals is to make your IT team look like heroes.
Yeah, we really work hard to do that. And that's hard. We work really hard to do
And if
it.
they're smart, they'll listen.
Yeah. And I'm happy to tell you if they aren't good. I'm honest. I mean, if I interview the guys and they're not doing their job well, I will tell them. I'll even tell their peers, look, you need to help each other. This guy's weak in this position. You need to work with him or whatever. I did get to spend some time with these guys. I haven't spent near the time I'd like. I spent a little over an hour with them. And they're both savvy. They will have a lot of good, they're both talented. I would hire them, which says a lot. I don't say that about a lot of people. So they're very, very good at what they do. Now, at their level of where they are, I think they're spread too thin. That's my just personal.
There's too much work here.
There's just too much.
Yes.
Well, we just got a new person.
That's still won't be enough.
How about
That's
two?
too
I mean, I
much.
think at least 2.
That still won't be enough.
I mean,
We have to deal with budgets, so.
yeah,
You
but
gotta
it's
start somewhere.
critical. Yeah.
But the court supported on another position, it's
Yeah.
part-time money.
One will
so-
help a lot, and you can do some really tricky things. Get some-
Outsourcing with those companies would help more.
It would help. Get some interns. It's
Yes.
helpful too. So people who so here's what's interesting. You've got a lot of knowledge, institutional knowledge within the county, right? She does her job, and you mentioned drinking from the fire hose earlier, right? Pair her with an IT intern that you're paying right out of school, or you're paying them $15 an hour or $12 an hour, right? Pair her with an IT intern. Let him learn the job. Then document that job and all the aspects of that. Then go to the next person. You get somebody really inexpensive who knows enough about IT that they can be helpful, but not really just overtaking. And then you get them to document. So half the battle with IT a lot of times is nobody knows what everybody does, right? And then because, aren't you supposed to repair the thermostat? Well, I thought that was your job. Oh, wait, what about the coffee maker? No, they texted it last time. We got to text. And that ends up happening all the time within our ranks. And so the best thing you can do is document everything. And that's
Well, let me
hard
ask you a
because
question
these guys
about
don't have time.
that policy change in red.
Yep.
About being able to, let's say the IT's tied up helping
Yep.
somebody.
Yep.
That they can record all
Yep. That's critical.
they can record everything that's going on, so that way there's no finger pointing.
Right. So that
Do you
is
see a problem with that?
that is mission critical. So we do that a lot already. So it is not uncommon for us to log into a system, especially one that's under change control with lots and lots of, hey, make sure these people know before this happens, right? To come in, start the recording session, or it's already recording all the time. We remote in, we do our work, send them an email, we started, send them an email, we're done. They can go review the recording whenever they want. That is very common. We see it a lot in our industry. It's become more common, I think, with the fact that there's been so many breaches and more security problems that they record. We adopt kind of
Let me say this, okay. We got elected officials that were waiting to talk to us
I'm
too.
happy to get,
And, do y'all have any more questions?
Any more questions for me? I'll be happy to step in. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Hopefully that was helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Here you go. Allison, since you're here, can I ask you about, just for information, because I know that we've gone past the lunch hour and trying to get through. As far as, have you reviewed the computer contract or the service contract with Synergy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you wanna come up here, do you mind coming up here? Yeah, I understand. If I had a portable mic, I'd let you do a portable mic.
I'm pretty loud, I don't need a mic.
Okay, I sent it to you and I just
Yes,
want to
sir.
see what you had to say about it.
Well, Judge, it has a lot of things it doesn't include, and it has vague terms to me. It says all additional hardware purchases, cyber technology with, I can't say that word, quote, and deliver hardware at the client's request, but the hardware will be billed separately from this agreement. You know, what's the cost of that? Is there a cap? Is there a limit? And then if you look at the terms of the master service agreement, it has a lot of vague terms in it too. It talks about, consultant will decide whether to perform IT services at the service address or off-site. Client agrees not to make unreasonable requests for services. Well, what's deemed unreasonable? Is that their subjective interpretation of it? Because what's reasonable to me might not be reasonable to Commissioner Chapman. Then also it talks about the consultant's standard rate in effect at the time service is provided. How can they change the rate? Is that something that can be done a lot, or is it going to be an agreement for a year? Those are just some of the things that I saw.
What about on number 9 on the disclaimer? That's what I was gonna put it up here. I had some stuff I underlined.
Oh yeah, I did have that.
Okay.
Critical too, I forgot this.
I got it here. Let me bring it up. I underlined several things going through this, but essentially the master service agreement, I mean, it's very common.
Yes.
You know, it's what the contractors use. That's theirs, and then you sit down and
that's
you
why
may
we
have
have
to make
lawyers to pick
changes.
them apart.
But in looking at this, it says this stood out to me, IT services furnished under this agreement are provided as is. That one's a big one right there, and unless otherwise expressly stated in this instrument without representation of warranties of any kind, either express or implied, to the fullest extent permitted by law. Consultant disclaims all warranties, express, implied, or statutory, including but not limited to implied warranties of title, non-infringement, merchantability, and fitness of a particular purpose. Consultant does not warrant that use of software or products furnished by consultant will be uninterrupted, error-free, or secure, that defects will be corrected, or that products or the server or servers to which access is provided are free of viruses or other harmful components. And I mean, that just, in reading that, the limits of liability, in no event shall consultant be liable to the client or any other party for any special, exemplary, incidental, or consequential damages, including but not limited to lost profits, whether arising out of contract, tort, strict liability, or otherwise. So, I mean, it protects the company, okay? And in any kind of contract, and I mean, you reviewed the vendor policy that we submitted to Eric and to you.
Yes.
Okay. And it was very comprehensive, took a lot of time to work on, okay? Do you have any problems with that vendor policy?
No, I agree with Eric that it's good as to form.
Okay, and is, in creating the vendor policy, that gives us language, and that was part of the whole purpose. It gives us language to follow as a court and the IT department to put in you, if you were helping us develop a contract between another entity and us for IT purposes, we could use that language to develop that contract so everybody knows what the parameters are.
Yes, it's just a universal agreement for everybody to understand what the terms are.
And it could be an attachment to a contract.
Yes.
Instead of having to type it all up.
Yes.
Okay, this affects your office too.
It does.
Do you have, and I know how many things y'all have to deal with, sieges. You've got all sorts of files that you have to keep and everything else. So do you have an opinion on how things are running And I'm not saying things can't be better. We want them to be better. But there's a process to go through to get to that better place is what I'm looking at. And so what is your opinion, and from a legal standpoint as well as protecting our data and everything else?
Every day, every single person in my office uses the computer from 8 to 5, basically. If one goes down, that person cannot work. That means court can be stalled, all kinds of things happen. I can call Tex or I can call Mike, and they try to fix it immediately. If they can't, they'll provide me with another computer or another way to be able to do our jobs. We sometimes butt heads, don't we, Tex? But I still respect the work that he does, and they're very capable in all that they do as far as IT goes. It's refreshing to have an in-house IT department because we have that luxury. I remember when we had LGS and all the times before the other companies in the early 2000s, and that was always an issue, not getting them to timely help us when we need it, because it's urgent. I mean, could you imagine if the tax office's computers went down? You have a lot of angry people on your hands. So we value them, and we appreciate the work that they do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Allison, so you're 100% satisfied with our IT department?
Yes, sir. I don't have a problem at all. It's a little troubling that some people are. Instead of having all this, maybe we should have had a meeting and sat down and found out what the problem was.
Well, I suggested we get a committee together months and months ago. That was my thinking of the committee, that everybody could put their input in. And I'm not the IT user, so I'm not the one to ask, but I'm the one they come to, or one of the ones they come to with their problem. So we're just trying to find a logical solution to
I completely
all this out.
understand that.
And I don't understand the fight against a committee. We had to start with something, and we started with something that got tore apart a while ago. But you got to start somewhere with
You
that.
do. There are problems with that proposed committee, the way it's written, the logistical and practical issues that would rise if all four or five
You
of
gotta
y'all.
start somewhere.
You do.
Take
I
out
agree
the
with
good and the
you.
bad.
Then
And
you have to
then
prove it
come
today.
up with something that the county, that will be efficient to the county, and that's all we're
Yes,
trying
sir.
to do.
Yes, sir.
And so,
Well, as an elected official, we're very satisfied with the IT department, and I take pride that the county even has one, because a lot of counties don't. Commissioner?
Yes, I know the people out there have been talking, I guess, from what I'm hearing back in here, but I don't think it was on anybody here at the court to say that we were cutting anyone or getting rid of our IT department. That's why we had some company here today. We were here with a new company to help give the IT department support and make sure we were covered
completely
and doing,
understand that.
just like we did when we were, before Megan became auditor, we had the previous company before that we got rid of.
Mhm.
Just trying to outsource and get them some help.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
As far as the committee deal though, I don't have a problem with the committee. And I've expressed that before. It's just, let me get your opinion on this. Have you seen us come together like that and nothing gets resolved because maybe it's too many people? It needs to be like, if we're talking about specific programs that affect the clerk's office, there should be specific people involved, not everybody in the county is what I'm saying.
If it pertains to the department, yeah, I agree with you. I think, though, that keeping an open line of communication is key here, and it doesn't sound like that's been happening.
No, that's the problem.
And I think that would make a difference.
I think that's been
But you got-
stated twice from you and from the other gentlemen, that
From
we
Mr.
need to have more open communication.
And I don't disagree with it.
Well, Judge,
Because nobody's come to me.
Well, the judge, you said it a while ago, you said, you don't know what you don't know. I can't come to you and ask you something if I don't know what's happening in the background. So I
I'd love
don't
to-
know what I don't know.
I'd love to work with y'all on perhaps forming some parameters for.
And we
a
could
group
work
of
with you,
people.
Kenneth and I could work with you, but when Kenneth and I are working on a project, we can't take it to the judge when he says we don't see it, because it's three of us, and then, that's walking quorum, we're in trouble, we're all in trouble, at that point. So that was how it got to the point where the two of he and I worked on it together.
I just want everybody to get along.
Hey,
same here. Judge, I
It'll
think,
be a whole lot easier if we do.
I think you were talking about synergy, and you said some things with Mr. Prince, and I think Mr. Prince was holding. his
I
hand.
understand.
I know she'd like to go home, I know she's tired.
Well,
Thank you, guys,
And
I
she's
appreciate
hungry.
it.
I understand. Okay.
I am too.
Thank you.
Thank
So You'd be willing to help us with a
Yes,
committee?
of course I would.
Thank you.
And maybe some rules like that?
Yes, absolutely.
adopting that
Now, you're
stuff?
not to fit in between some murder writs and things like that,
I
and we'll get
understand,
it done.
I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
The whole idea of the committee is just to hear from everybody. I mean, at the end, when it's all
Well,
submitted, everybody gets their differences. Commissioners Court's gonna have to make the decisions on what we do, but it has to have an expression.
Yeah.
And there's nothing there now with anybody has anything to say.
But I've got my first assistant, Scott Holden, and my chief investigator, Kathy Luker, here, and they echo my sentiments about IT and the help that they do us. But we all butt heads from time to time, but we're able to sit down and work it out. So hopefully we can all sit down and work it out.
Thank you.
Be on the
Thank you,
same
Allison.
page.
Thank you.
I got you.
Did you want to make a comment? I want to let these other elected officials, but did you want to make a comment? If I could, I'd like to respond to it.
Yeah, because you were just talking about them, though, Judge. I mean.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
no,
fine.
I definitely like to give
That's
them
fine.
opportunity.
I understand. I just want to make sure these other people have been waiting to talk to.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we presented as well, we presented a contract we were asked to present. We do other services as well, so and I did tell that to the IT department when I did meet with them. They asked us if we provided, third-party solutions as well. So you might want to consider our hourly rate versus our competitors. As far, most of this about number 9 here is about third party. We cannot warranty software that is produced by somebody else. We can't warranty systems that's produced by somebody else. We absolutely have been in business for 40 years with similar statement. This is a very common contract language, and so I just want to point that out. And we can make modifications. If you're not happy with something, we can make a modification to this contract that will make you happy within reason. So just wanted to say that and clear that up.
I appreciate it. But you can come back and give us some different options on what it was.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Sure
our
can.
first option on the one that we had before, the 240,000 ACAD, which I represent, we just got into a new contract, which was a $250,000 startup and then a monthly fee. But that's because the first one was supplying equipment. We talked to you about no equipment, using what we had for equipment,
Correct.
helping
You
these
have
guys set it up to monitor and see
In our
what it needs.
conversations that y'all had spent so much money on equipment already, and we needed to come in and determine what you had before we you may be good for 3 or 4 or 5 years on everything. We don't know that, so we're running a little blind on that, but we would absolutely would come in and get an inventory of what you've got, how old it is. We've got software that we can run that will pull that information out of the systems, and we get a really good picture and provide it to you as well.
Yeah, but you're not going to provide, in that contract was never mentioned about equipment. It was just
Correct.
the services. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Other elected officials? Anybody else want to speak? And I'd like to keep it centered on your office and the operations of your office and how IT focuses, so we can kind of move through this. And maybe your opinions of where we're at, where we need to go with regard to your offices.
Okay, I'm not going to have an opinion as to if y'all get additional outside help or whatever. What I want to address today is any issues that we have with our computer system, with things that happen with it. We are now on the county system, which up until about 4 years ago, because of the people that had been hired previously and data that was deleted out of my court's programs, I took off from the county's program and went on to a separate line coming into our office. And that ended my problem with having data erased. A lot of times what happens when we contact net data, we have very few instances where we have to contact, but when we do, you have 2 layers there. We have to get our IT person to allow them to access certain portions of our computer system. And net data has data and their credentials that they're not going to give to the county. So you have 2 people in the computer at the same time. These guys right here are your watchdogs. Whatever net data does, they watch over it to make sure that it's not going to backfire on the county. When net data has finished what they need to do, they get out of the system then our IT gets out of the system. So it's not just, well, they only come in and do certain portions and then the other company takes care of it. No, they both have to be in there at the same time. And I think that the county would be very misled if they decided to go outside of having on-site personnel to do that. Think of it kind of like this also. As commissioners, several years ago there was a lot of talk, well, why don't y'all have one central barn with this number of graders, this number of bulldozers, this number of trucks, and go from that route. But what happens during a storm? You're all using the same equipment at the same time. That's why you have separate barns. That's why you have your separate equipment. Okay? And when you start looking at companies that's going to take over and do it, everything, what about cyber attacks? It's not just one entity getting hit at one time. What if you have a lot of entities that get bombarded at the same time? They can't just go out on the street and hire somebody to come in to fill the needs. So I would encourage y'all to carefully consider before you try to water down our IT department. You can implement people to come in to help with certain projects. But please consider the fact there's a reason why y'all don't have one central barn. And I think it's a good reason as to why you shouldn't have just one vending company take over all services. Okay? That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Was he happy then? I missed it. He said he was happy.
Good morning. I'm here just to, from the juvenile, Emily Lane Juvenile Probation. We work with IT on a daily basis for different things that we have going on. You said that Tex gave that test for 30 minutes because that's Mike and Tex standard, is to have us up and running in 30 minutes or less probably. I can't tell how many times they've called before we have a Zoom hearing that something's not working, and they fixed it for us, so we were able to conduct court. My system is through the state, and Mike and Tex are the only ones who have clearance to be in that system through the state. And they're clearance because juvenile records are confidential, so if we had an outside source, those people would have to get cleared when I already know they're cleared and I already know that they'll be able to help us and they're familiar with the system. But I just want y'all to know that my office, we may be small, but they work great with all of my staff. So I would hate to have to go through someone else.
Thank you. Thank you. Judge Todd?
I'll make it brief because I'm hungry too.
I understand. We all are.
Really, all I just want to say is I support the IT that we have. I've been around here longer than anybody else has, I believe. And I've seen the good and the bad and the ugly. And we've done it outside. We've done it this way. We've done it that way. We've had different IT here and everything. I think the current IT staff we got is great, you know. I think they do a good job. Do I always agree? No, not necessarily. But I don't necessarily agree with everybody else all the time either. So I just think we need to give them their support, give them some help if they need it. I just want to let y'all know that I support who we got and don't have any problems at all. And if y'all form a committee or whatever, that's fine. That's been done in the past. Hadn't been real successful when it was done because you can't get people to show up, people to come because they've got deal. I usually find the ones that gripe and grumble and carry on don't surface. They stay in the shadows, you know. So I just want to be one of those persons that stand up in front and say, I think they're doing a good job.
Thank you.
You can take that for whatever you want.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it. Thank you. Anybody else?
I think Ms. Marsh got something.
Oh, I didn't see Marty. Come on.
I don't have a whole lot more to add, but I just want y'all to know that I do support our IT guys. They have helped my office tremendously. We talk to them sometimes 3 or 4 times a day, or it may just be once or twice a week. But whenever we do call them, they get to us as fast as they can. And like was said before, if our office goes down during tax season, we have some mad people. So I just hope that we can work with what we currently have, and then just give them some help that they need. And I think that's what y'all are thinking too. So thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank
Let's go back, if we can, to item number 16. Consider and take action on the second reading of a vendor policy for the Information Technology Department previously considered on August the 14th, 2023, as requested by the Information Technology Department and Judge McKinney. And also, with the changes in red, if y'all had a chance to review that, it's just so that it can be recorded if somebody's in our system to log exactly what they did. So that we can kind of proceed on this other stuff, I'd like for us to try to get a vendor policy in place. That's why I had that in red, so it'd be easy for y'all to look at it. See, that's the only change from last time.
I think so. I think that's a change one maybe.
Is that one, got the red on the second page?
No.
Does it?
No, we don't have red.
Y'all
I
don't
don't have no red.
Yeah, ours is black and white.
I don't have no red.
Thank you.
Yeah, have y'all got it? I think we have to hand out. Is it still over there? Okay. I thought they were in your packet. Just a second, I'll get you a copy.
See, it says a third party connection. I'm not going to verify what a third party connection is. I don't have but the third party there. Yeah.
Here's two. This is making another copy of this. It's on page 2 in there. There you go. That's the only thing that's changed since last time.
There you go. He's out.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, you can keep one of them here. I think everybody else is.
Yeah, he had one.
Rashad had one?
Yeah.
Make sure it's the right one. Oh, yeah, there it is, okay.
Did I not get it? No.
Okay, well, he's
I think
gone.
everybody got somebody in there. Some of the
Is
people
there?
in the audience, yeah, thank you.
Oh.
She brought me.
Rashad in there?
You got a copy of the red, right, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to get this approved if we can. We can kind of move forward on some of this other stuff. Y'all, I'll entertain a motion to approve the.
Judge, I got a question.
Okay,
We'll do
all
that
right.
now? or-
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. On number 3,
Yes, sir.
when it talks about the use of a third-party connection,
Yes, sir.
what exactly is considered a third-party
Well-
connection?
Tex, can you address?
There was a whole list of them, Kenneth. I mean,
Sorry?
there's already a whole list of them that we use third party now. That's what they read off for as Judge did earlier today, bunch.
Yeah, so a connection would be anytime another company has to have, it's different than like if there's a website that we access. For instance, in Mark's office, there's a website that he accesses to get his birth records. That's not a company that's connected to our network. So they can be an IT vendor, but not necessarily be connected. If they're connected to our network, that means our system and their system have an actual network connection of some kind, and there's traffic flowing back and forth between us. Like,
What would that do to their company?
like well, let me clarify that. What was your
Well,
question?
how would it affect their company or, you know, either one of the two companies here today? How would that paragraph affect them?
So, if there's a connection where they're actually backing up our data, then that would be a third-party connection because we would be latched into them so that we're actually sending our data to them. That's a third-party connection. You know,
I
so,
understand that.
your question specifically about Odyssey, that's kind of a mixed bag because it's their product, but it's on our servers. They're not actually connected into our data center or anything, but they do have remote access to their servers. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but that is technically a third-party connection.
Let me ask a question. You're on the appraisal district board. Y'all finally got a company that's gonna be able to help Adrian over there in the appraisal district with theirs, right? Okay, so that company is gonna have to take and come into our have some kind of connection or portal
That's right.
to be able to access Margie's data. In other words, they're gonna have the tax, all the appraisals and everything else.
It depends on how they
She's
get
gonna be collecting the taxes, so they have to interact somewhere.
It depends on how they're gonna do it. Usually that's done with an FTP website, which basically allows.
It's like a neutral ground.
It's a
that both of
neutral,
you can-
yeah, it's almost like a
One-way.
Dropbox. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that.
So,
Like a file sharing site of some sort.
So there's not like a permanent connection into our system. It would be something we select something and then upload it. A perfect example of a third-party connection is like if we had, now I know we got another solution for it, but for example, in the jail, they had, for a small period of time, the food vendor would come in and the only way they could get out, they were in our building, the only way they could get out to the internet was through our network. And that's a classic example of a third-party connection.
that answer your question, Kim?
Well, what I was getting at, if this court, as Commissioner's Court, was to hire somebody, let's go back, and I hate to bring this name up, let's go back to Quasar. When we hired Quasar, when they come into y'all's office to do anything, would this give y'all, the IT director, the ability to not allow them to implement anything?
Well, I mean, anything?
It says request must be approved and implemented by
Yeah,
the
to connect to
IT
the network,
director.
yes. Anytime there's if somebody was gonna take a plug, which in the case of Quasar, they actually had physical plugs plugged into our switches, that would be a very physical, very direct connection. So yes, it would give him the ability to say, you know, this can't happen. And obviously there's going to be a reason. There's not just wanton. That's not what we do. We don't just go around saying no to things. Let's figure out what that reason is, solve that problem, and then move forward with whatever it is.
So there could be something, if there's a problem, you can bring it back to the court.
Yeah,
In other words, you could contact me and I could put it on the agenda for the court to consider if there's some kind of problem.
Yeah, if we had to say, like, the reason is because there's a security problem or because there's something that's going to overwhelm the network, something that's going to cause other people to not be able to work properly, we can bring it back to them. This is the reason. We need to get this fixed before you guys can plug into the network.
Well, but I have a problem with that.
I'd like to, consider the policy with that number 3 out of it, personally myself.
May I present a possible rewording then? If we've said, to be able to deny the connection with a certain scope of reasons or something like that, something that makes sense, because I think the idea might be that, a wanton no or an unreasonable no or something like that. Like there's always got to be a compelling reason for that sort of thing to happen. And I think it might be worthwhile to at least identify what those categories could be.
Well, Judge, I'll say this if it's okay. I could possibly see the court passing this policy today, but they will be striking 3 out of there all the way. And if we need to come back with a revised version in the next month or so, or the next few weeks, next court agenda, and look at revising it if you like or you choose to with some different wording. But at the moment, I think it leaves a wide open area that's too gray for us just to. And I understand you want this policy in play before we do something else.
Well, the main thing is the policies to keep a threat from getting plugged in our system.
That's correct.
So I'm not saying that that's an ultimate authority in this policy, because ultimately, if there's a third party and they see some type of risk, all they got to do is come back to the court.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
So,
may I ask a question?
If we could add the language on the end of that, if there, maybe Allison can help us, but something to the effect of, if there was someone denied, then that would be brought back to the court at the next agenda.
And that's a great idea, because let me bring up the thing I brought up last time regarding this number. Let's talk about the camera system that's in the courthouse right now. Now, there's no problem. Okay. When that happened, we were not informed about it until somebody knocked on our door and said, they're ready to plug into the network now. And we said, who? Who's ready to plug in? And my point is to say that if during that very short initial investigation, we say, this is not going to be good for the network, somebody right away has to be able to say no. But what that's going to create is dollars, because when we get called, I'm sorry?
It's going to create a problem.
It's going to create a problem.
Just like that issue created a problem for you, because now you have a working with you judge. But last time you didn't have a working with you judge, and that's how you came up on that at the tail end.
Correct, but this is a policy that would establish the parameters here, right? So if that were to happen, what we get told every time, and this is like what Judge Todd said, we've seen this happen lots of times. A person, they'll say they're ready to plug in, and everybody's literally standing around waiting for us to come in and throw a plug in. And if everybody's standing around waiting for us to say yes when we can't say yes, that's going to create a bigger bill at the end of the day, because they're going to have to bring everybody back next week or whatever to say yes, or whenever the problem gets fixed, whatever the problem is. And that would be something that you guys would absolutely want to be aware of and would have a problem with, is if we caused y'all more money. So
I think Keith may have wording, because you have a suggestion for wording.
I've actually seen this a number of times. So the way we usually solve this is we require a pre-approved connectivity form from the vendor in advance. So if you're going to show up at my place and you're going to plug something in, you have to have gotten from somebody within the organization a pre-approved connectivity form, so they've got to have vetted it before that, if a situation ever arises. So in the case of the camera connection example he provided, they would have shown up and said, here's my pre-approved connectivity form, I got it approved. Now whether that form goes to the IT director, to the judge or to you guys on the whole, you guys get to figure that out. But there needs to be a pre-approval. Because nobody should be showing up in any IT circumstances just plugging something in.
Yeah, so, but what happened in that situation? A judge had ordered it to get done, and
Right.
you didn't tell them. You didn't tell them.
I know. But it's just, but that's an example, so when they show up, the vendor requirement hasn't been met, right? Just like you have a contract or whatever.
That's the whole thing. If Commissioner's Court passes it though, you know, or says to let them hook up, they can still tell you, no, we're not doing it. That's-
But y'all.
This is okay. This is the thing. That's, I can't see that's really gonna happen, but if it were, then all we gotta do is add the language right behind by the IT director. If access is denied
We have to
by
present.
the IT department, they have to immediately report it to me to be placed on the agenda for the next Commissioners Court meeting.
I would say that
And we'd have to call a meeting anyway for all of us to talk about it.
If we were to allow something that had a negative impact on several offices, you know, Commissioner Chapin, to your point, if the Commissioner's Court says it needs to be done, then it needs to be done. And I can't agree with that more, but the higher calling that you guys have for us is to keep the network running properly. So if we allow something, that's a precedent that y'all have already given us. And if we allow something to get plugged in and we know it's going to be a problem, and we say, well, but you wanted it, you would come back and say, wait, well, sure, but you're also responsible for making sure it's right. And that's our existing command from you guys.
Well, if you rewrite, if you redo it at all, I think even up at the top where it says the use of a third-party connection should be highly discouraged whenever we rely so much on a third party in so many different, areas. I mean, we can't even function without it.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it has to say to be highly discouraged to even use one.
Sure.
Everything we do, we rely on it pretty much.
I think the idea behind that specific part is that if something can be taken care of in-house, that should be prioritized over hiring out because it's cheaper, it's more secure. And when I say more secure, I just simply mean that you guys everybody has control over that office already, so we don't have to worry about having somebody else be in control of that company or whatever. So that's why that language is there, just to say that it should always be prioritized to have something that's already here.
What about the part of where all the companies, third parties have to have the signed affidavits for many of their employees that are going to touch it that might have any kind of, from drug to, the family violence to.
It's not all the employees of the company have to have an affidavit.
Just the owner?
It's the company has to give us an affidavit certifying that all these people have been vetted, so they don't let somebody with a criminal record into our system. And they're in that.
Yes,
and they're in your
but they all have
records
that.
down at the sheriff's office or in the DA's office. So that's what that's talking about.
Okay.
An affidavit from the
Yeah,
company.
that the people that'll have access, so just get one, just the company will be, basically if their sieges or if they got the qualifications or anybody that works for them.
They're giving us a sworn affidavit.
That's right.
That they vetted all their employees, just like.
Gotcha.
I mean, both parties here have talked about they vetted their employee.
Gotcha.
All we're doing is getting verification in writing. So if all of a sudden we find out one of them's got is a convicted felon from one vendor, and then they do something in our system, then they should have some liability.
That's right.
To protect us. And that's just, yeah, I'm sorry, man. This one?
I think just.
Maybe I'm not talking into it. How about that? Is that better? Doesn't sound like it is, does it? Okay. You gonna turn me up or check it? It is? Okay. Thank you, Mark. I mean, I don't have a problem with adding some language there that if a vendor is denied access, then it would be immediately reviewed or referred back to the Commissioners Court. And with the reason of why the access was denied, so the Commissioners Court could take final action.
And if possible, a plan of action on this is what they need to do in order to be.
Yeah, it might be that they're in non-compliance with something. They realize it. Maybe they didn't even know it. The court didn't know it when they ordered the vendor,
they go in and find out, oh, well, this has got to be updated or this has got to be corrected, then you can have access. So if they deny them, then it's going to be reported to the court. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Judge, but what about, which both of them are gone now. I wish both JPs were still here. I would ask them, it's just like when we were talking about Tyler Technologies before. I know we implemented Tyler Technologies many years ago, and we had bought the JP program, but due to the fact that the JP judges did not want to get into their program, they brought their own program up and they used it, net data at the time, to keep from using the Tyler Technology program because they had talked with so many other groups and people and heard that the program wasn't sufficient, wasn't good, it was going to cause them many problems, so they just basically boycotted it. Now, if we signed up with another company and we put the whole county on that company, then you have a group of elected officials like them come back in and say, hey, you rolled us out to use this, but we're not going to use that service, and here's the people we paid, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to be here for our offices. They didn't come talk to you. They didn't come talk to anybody up here, and they didn't go to IT. But they have a contract they've already signed to spend their technology fund to get their own help in here that they're going to bring to the court.
Okay, but here's a problem. If it's a contract for this county,
they're going to bring it to court.
This court has to approve it. They can't go outside because we had somebody did that years ago. We had somebody do that years ago, and they subjected the commissioner's court. The vendor was not taking care of business. It wasn't IT, and it ended up that we had to keep paying the contract because the individual elected official signed the contract.
Yes, sir.
I would have disagreed, but I wasn't on the court. That
Yes,
was
sir.
years ago.
I understand that, but in Net Data's case, that worked, and they've used them still. Some of them are using part of them today.
Yeah, and then actually our IT, they're actually incorporated because that was one of the contractors in our IT department.
Mike worked some pretty amazing magic to make that happen.
Yes.
I mean, could y'all agree on that language to add at the end by the IT director that if access is denied, then IT would have to report it to the court, the reason for the denial, so that the court could take final action on it. And then that makes the commissioner's court the ultimate authority, which technically we are anyway.
Okay, so basically,
it's just an immediate. If they see an immediate problem, they can say, "No, we got to fix this," and then we can let you have access. But ultimately, the commissioner's court would have the authority to make that final decision based on what's reported to them.
Even if the court took their findings and the court said, "Hey, Judge, IT, we're going to still recommend y'all let them in and do what you have to do."
If the court makes that decision, then there's a problem, and we have an attack or a virus getting our system, then that's going to be on the court. That's not going to be on them guys.
Well, I would just say that if we would say perhaps we would have to report what happened or the reason and then a plan on how to get them so that they can make the connection. And then y'all would have to, if it involves money, then y'all would have to make that decision if you're going to spend the money for it, or, you know what I mean? Maybe if there's a piece of equipment that's necessary, or I don't know.
Are y'all okay with adding that?
I'd have to see it how it's written up, and I guess
Allison just left. Let me
make sure it's written right.
All right, let me do this. All right, so it's the last line on 3. The request must be approved and implemented by the IT director, okay? If the IT director denies access to a third-party vendor
May I read you what I wrote here? Maybe this is something that will satisfy the director. If access is denied, the director must report this to the commissioner's court with a reason and plan to cause connection approval for court's consideration.
Y'all wanna see it? How's that sound? See, that's what, just, let me do it this way, okay? Let's keep it simple. If the IT director denies access to a third-party vendor, the IT director will report the denial to the Commissioners Court. With the reason and a plan of action to correct any deficiencies with a final decision by the court on access by the vendor. All right, so let me read it. If the IT director denies access to a third-party vendor, the IT director will report the denial to the Commissioners Court with the reason and a plan of action to correct any deficiencies with a final decision by the Commissioners Court on access by the vendor. And it could be revised if we need to at some point, okay? But that gives the Commissioners Court the final decision. Is it okay? I wasn't concerned with your wording. It sounded pretty good to me, but I'm trying to make this work. Any comment?
Not on that, I guess.
Think it'll work? At least for now? I don't know if you can read my handwriting.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I have just two more questions through the vendor policy.
Okay,
If
all
you
right.
want to get to them or go to
Yeah,
something
go ahead.
else. All right, down to number 5, to ensure satisfactory work, IT vendors should be vetted to verify vendors provides quality work and service. How do you intend on verifying that?
So one of the tools that we have that we're wanting to be able to present, there's a couple of things that we were hoping to implement. There's a company out there that was recommended to us by Smith County that does background work on companies. So they can say, and they have reports from different companies that to say, you know, quality, security, and things like that. That's one of the tools that we were hoping to be able to use. It's very inexpensive, and it seems like something that would be a really good asset. And the rest of it would be to check with their contractors or the businesses that they're currently doing work for, and that would be something so that I can get a neutral. And a lot of them give us. Test accounts that we do a lot of testing with. Like Judge McKinney was talking about earlier, our email encryption. One of the things that we did was we got them to get us a test account, and we sent out this to a whole bunch of people and had them test it. Anyway, so those are some of the ways that we do that.
My next question is for C. Verify the vendor's promised product service is sufficient to the county's needs. How do we do that?
Is that 4C? No.
It's C.
It's 5C.
Oh, 5C.
Bottom of the page, front page.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just part of our interview process when we talk to companies, is we ask them specifics, just like when you guys, you know, you hire somebody, you know when somebody's talking the same language as you are. It's obvious. So that's why we go through several phone calls, several meetings, and we ask them specifically about, we don't want to over-purchase in the things that we do. So we ask them specifically, do you take care of this, and this problem? And if the answer is yes, that's something we can move forward with. It just puts it, stuff that's already makes sense, it just puts it on paper, that's all.
All right.
Maybe I should say, if I didn't do that, you guys would have a big problem with me. And that's what I'm trying to put on.
Well,
that's the burden for me to make sure I'm doing a good job there.
Okay. Move on to E on the next page. And you might have answered this when you answered the first one. So depending on the scope of the work and sensitivity of the potential role investigating the officer or relevant employees of the vendor, how do we investigate anybody? Would you do that through the third-party company you just talked about, or would
Some of that through that, and some of that was, if I remember correctly, some of that was language that by the sheriff's office. Right. So if there's, and this is all again depending on the kind of sensitivity of the work that we're talking about. Yeah. So yeah, that was something that we talked to the sheriff's office about.
And a lot of that will be done with the tools that some of the tools that we've already found.
So if somebody's working on their body cam downloads, you want to make sure it's not somebody's going to go in there and mess it up, because that's critical. I'm talking about, like video and stuff.
But it just says investigative. I didn't know if that, where you can get into violating people's rights when you go, how do we investigate people?
Yeah, I don't. That would be something that we'd have to rely on our experts for.
It doesn't state that in here, so that's just why I was asking.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need to put in that also by, if we were to put it in there, investigate from our local law enforcement?
Well, but
I don't know.
It's
I'm not
open-ended.
writing this. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, it's open-ended, so it doesn't specify who. I don't have the ability or an account to do anything.
And it might be a background investigation, just checking references and things like that.
Okay, I have one more question. Skip all the way down to number 8. Said Anderson County will require an audit. Okay, will that audit is something we perform for them, or they supply us?
We can work together on it. Again, this is open-ended as well. I didn't want to choke anything down to something too specific on who has to do it, but we, if we ask them to say, show me proof that you're still following this policy, then they would have to show us their portion of what they would have to show us.
But you remember, Kenneth, where they said that if it's the third party, or, we could have audits out of them third parties in-house the way they're doing them, but they're not going to be like they would with outsourcing with another company that has nothing to do with us. They said if you get an audit that is 100% to audit IT and the third party, it's going to have to come from an outside vendor. to come in and
For
audit it.
distance, it just says will require.
So that's what the council said. They said that final audit would have to come from an outside resource. It had nothing to do with, you know, Anderson County as a vendor, or to be consistent with, that way it would be not biased to anybody, you know.
I mean, excuse me, we would expect, if somebody fell under this policy, we would expect them to be able to show their receipts to us. And that's what we're asking for, is in writing for the authority to be able to say, hey, company, show us your receipts that you're still, you know, complying by our rules. And it puts it out there in front so that they're not surprised or blindsided by it. If they need to build that into their quote, then that's something that they have the option to do.
It's general enough that we can do what we need to do, but not so specific where we eliminate somebody. Kind of answer.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the vendor policy proposed by IT and Judge McKinney with the changes of 3. The line being added, if the IT director denies access to a third-party vendor, the IT director will report the denial to the Commissioners Court with the reason and a plan of action to correct any deficiencies, with a final decision by the court on access by the vendor. I'll entertain that motion. Well, I'll make the motion then. Do I have a second? All right, dies for lack of a second. So what do we need to do? What's the suggestion?
I guess get it written up the way that you have it. I guess we can go over it again and look at it. There's a few more things I had to look at, but since I changed, you know, what I had on here, I haven't had time to go back and look at this. The specifics of the app, you know, ones that just don't fit my understandings, I guess. And I could reach out and get some assistance on that.
If we could just come up with something to, this 3 right here, that would be mine, Judge.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yes, sir.
You got a suggested link?
I don't at this moment, sir. I don't.
All right. Do you want me to ask the district attorney to have put some language in there?
That would be great, yes, sir.
Is that all right with y'all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That would be great if she give us some options.
Everything else seems to be okay other than that one paragraph?
Well, if she's gonna do it and give us some time to look at it, maybe we can make some more suggestions, some things that she can look at.
All right, so we're passing on IT vendor then. Policy. On number 16, is that correct? Is that the court's wishes?
Give it to the DA to revise and.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
To give the district attorney a chance to revise?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got a question for this group over here. I had a quick question on, one thing that's come up on, that we had talked about on the ticketing system. How do you stand with that recommended? That was brought up earlier because the previous company had cost, and then when they come back in and said that, Rashad was working with, Edcock, right? They was gonna possibly set up a free ticketing system, wasn't it, Rashad?
Well,
for the audit.
It was,
But
it was a policy.
yeah, it was a free,
I can
yeah,
explain our
but there was a
ticketing
free
system.
ticketing system. But what I was asking you, do you recommend us having a ticketing system?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of the things we provide is a ticketing system. Matter of fact, we've had, and Keith can speak to this as well, we've used one brand of ticketing system called Kaseya, and we've since have developed our own. Yeah. And we're, as an MSP company, it's hard to buy a ticketing system that really doesn't fit who you are and how you operate. And so Keith and the team, we built our own ticketing system that we're under beta right now, and we'd provide that to you guys to be able to, when y'all had a problem or anything, you
That
send
we
it.
know that's recorded, then you know what I'm
It's
saying,
an
we know.
email, easy as an email to support@ecxsystems.com. You tell us what you need. That goes into the system automatically. And then the other thing we do that's pretty unique is we set up chat. We'll set up chat with the guys that if they just want to, they don't need to send an email or just something real quick, they could type in a chat to us. We would get that chat information, and it's called Rocket Chat.
I appreciate that. Was Synergy's, that was their solution for the ticketing system was, almost, it was a mandate,
Yeah,
with them
but
doing
we
it.
provide that free.
Okay.
It goes along with our service.
Thanks.
All right, I mean, we've talked about this before, if we don't have a vendor policy, then.
Well, I think that Synergy needs the opportunity to come back in and bid hourly if they got other proposals that they could give us the same, because they're not bidding apples to apples, I think that.
Would y'all have a problem with an RFP or request for quotes? Either parties? Because that's the way this probably should have went to begin with. I mean, that's what I told Tyler Technologies, and they went around me.
No,
So-
I think that would be the best approach.
Is to do an RFP?
I think so.
Is that all right with the court?
Yes, sir.
Put that on the next agenda?
Yes, sir.
And we can put the policy before it.
And then they can tell us what they can do for us. How's that?
That's great.
Perfect.
I mean, personally, that's the way I would have liked to have done it.
Myself.
But
From
we're
the
gonna have to
beginning.
have them just sit and talk with IT too, so they'll know what.
Well,
they'll know
IT
what-
needs to put the RFP together.
Yes, they need to sit down with them and see
With
what's
the
all
auditor.
needed. Yes.
And with the services they need.
That's what I was saying, yes, sir.
Well, that's. All right. Yeah, I mean, it could be a pre-quote or something. Either, or kind of like you're doing a pre-bid on the roof and you got 3 bidders there. Everybody knows what the scope of the work is. And then everybody puts their bids in. Is that all right with y'all? Mark, I'm sorry, did you want to say something? I apologize.
So in the RFP, can we put something in there about doing a business process plan for Tyler Technologies, specifically Odyssey? That's been a pain for 18 years now for me.
Is that the two quotes?
I guess I need to know what that.
We need to have.
I understand. We can clarify that, okay? You can get with IT and clarify what you're talking about.
We have customers that use Tyler Technologies, we have a great relationship with them, we just need to know what exactly they're.
Okay.
You're talking about fully charging the actual jobs, correct?
Yes, sir. So basically they installed the software, but nobody knows how to use it properly.
In other words,
It's broken.
Putting them on
It's-
the hook of, hey, let's get this done, The software's great, but if we can't use it, it doesn't help us.
Right, we spent, $1.2 million back in 2005?
Yeah.
And it's integrated, but it doesn't work that way because we don't input the data in the system in a way that sends it all the way down. And unfortunately, the county and district clerk's offices, we get the brunt of that. When they enter it in incorrectly, we get all the problems.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I appreciate the input. All right, so since we don't have a vendor policy, I guess on the disaster recovery, we can pass on that. On the Synergy bid, we could pass on that. ECX, we can pass on that on item number 19. And item number 20 and item number 21. And are you okay to move on since we've kind of gone over, we went over 22? Consider take action on IT committee. Allison said she'd help us with that. Can we pass on that one? Is that all right with the court? Y'all okay with
Yes,
that?
I mean, that's
Okay.
something strictly to help everyone,
Okay.
not so much the court.
Okay, allow the auditor's office to go out for bids for a backhoe precinct 1 road and bridge. Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes, I'd just like to see if the auditor, if the court would mind her going out for bids for us to backhoe. We need to try to upgrade our backhoe that we've got now.
Okay.
And just let me give her the specs and all and send it out.
I'll entertain a motion to approve going out for bids for a backhoe for Precinct 1 Road and Bridge.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dixon, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Judge, wait 1 second. While you're doing that, see if that will hold for a certain number of days in case any one of the other court members would like to come back and try to see if they could, that bid could be honored.
Like to get a-
Does that need to be in the specs?
Well, if you could, it would just
In other
see.
words, extend
I don't
the
want to
date.
hold him up of getting his now, but if in case it's a good deal,
Get a quote for
myself or
30
Joey.
days, get a quote, 30-day
Because
quote.
me and Joey might
Okay.
need to look at it too.
Alright.
Thank you.
Okay. That doesn't have to be in the, so it,
Yes, sir, we did.
yeah,
We
okay.
did.
All right,
Yes,
so
sir.
just, the auditor's office will add that to it, right? Okay. Item number 25, consider and take action to approve the purchase of a 50-ton air jack from Vance Brothers in the amount of $1,053.51 to be paid from capital outlay for the county shop. I'll entertain a motion to approve. Or did you want to talk about that?
No, it just went over the $1,000, so it's gonna be on the inventory list, so we just wanna take it out of capital outlay, so.
All right.
So
Do you want to make that?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
So,
Okay.
okay, and I'll second it.
All right, motion by Commissioner Dixon, second by Commissioner Mills. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So ordered. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Mills. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.